The assembly will come to order. All rise for the invocation by Father Jeff Paul, St. Peter's Episcopal Church, Carson City.
Wow. We didn't even take roll. So take a nice deep breath and be sure to let it out. Over the years, my spiritual director has said, when all else fails, breathe. So I just want a word of encouragement for the rest of session for you. And I noticed that this whole section of the gallery is looking a little serious, a little dour maybe. So here's how it goes. The assembly likes to keep it light. Is that? Yeah? So this invocation is from the Celtic tradition. And in the Celtic tradition, the response is a rousing huzzah. I just made that up. Let's take a moment. Today we brighten our souls at the threshold of welcome, greeting of love, greeting of life, greeting of light. Inspire our hearts, our minds, our bodies this brisk winter day. May our souls be preserved in peace and wisdom, from crown of light to veil of night. May our souls be illumined to feel what we feel and be kind anyway, to ourselves, to each other, and to this fragile earth, our island home. We invoke blessing and protection upon this assembly and upon all who work herein. We'll work on that section.
Thank you for leading the assembly in prayer as they begin to address the many challenges facing the people of Nevada. We will now have the presentation of colors by the Carson High School NJROTC Color Guard.
Ready, hot, forward, arm. Left wheel, arm. Color, halt. Breathe in, color.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Please remain standing while Christina Bourne sings the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land
Thank you, Christina Bourne and the Carson High NJR. Oh. Thank you to Christina Bourne and the Carson High NJROTC for helping us pay tribute to our traditions and celebrate this special day. Please be seated. The Carson High School Concert Choir, led by Andy Schoenemaker, will now sing Home Means Nevada. Thank you to the Carson High School Concert Choir for an outstanding performance. Great job. I request that Susan Furlong serve as the temporary chief clerk. The temporary chief clerk will call the roll of the 42 assembly members elect and appointee.
Ms. Anderson. Present. Ms. Backus. Present. Ms. Bilbray Axelrod. Here. Ms. Brown-May. Here. Mr. Carter. Here. Ms. Cohen. Here. Ms. Considine. Present. Mr. Geelong. Here. Ms. Dickman. Here. Mr. De Silva. Here. Ms. Duran. Here. Ms. Gallant. Here. Ms. Gonzalez. Here. Ms. Gorlow. Here. Mr. Gray. Here. Mr. Gurr. Mr. Hafen, here. Mrs. Hanson, here. Mrs. Hardy, here. Mr. Hibbets, here. Ms. Haudegi, here. Ms. Kasama, here. Mr. Koenig, Ms. Luru Hatch, here. Ms. Marzola, here. Mr. MacArthur, here. Ms. Brittany Miller, here. Mr. Cameron Miller, here. Ms. Monroe Moreno, here. Ms. Mosca, here. Ms. Newby, here. Mr. Wynn, here. Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Orntlicker, Ms. Peters, here. Ms. Summers Armstrong, present. Ms. Taylor, here. Ms. Thomas, here. Ms. Torres, here. Mr. Watts, here. Mr. Yeager, here. Mr. Urick.
There are 42 present. There is a quorum. I will now appoint a temporary committee on credentials to examine the credentials of the Assembly members-elect and appointee. Assemblywoman Michelle Garlow. Assemblywoman Brittany Miller. Assemblyman De Silva. Assemblywoman Gonzalez. Assemblyman C.H. Miller. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Assemblywoman Newby. Assemblyman Yeager. Assemblyman DeLong. Assemblywoman Dickman. Assemblyman Hibbets. Assemblyman MacArthur. If there are no objections, the Assembly will recess while credentials are examined by the Temporary Committee on Credentials. The assembly will come to order. There is a quorum present. We are looking for a temporary chief clerk. Please hold. They told me you were ready, sorry. The temporary chief clerk will read the report of the temporary committee on credentials.
Mr. Secretary of State, your temporary committee on credentials has had the credentials of the respective assembly members-elect and assembly member appointee under consideration and begs to report that the following persons have been and are duly elected members of the assembly of the 82nd session of the legislature of the state of Nevada. Assembly members Anderson Backus, Bilbray Axelrod, Brown May, Carter, Cohen, Considine, DeLong, Dickman, De Silva, Duran, Gallant, Gonzalez, Gorlo, Gray, Gurr, Hafen, Hansen, Hardy, Hibbets, Howdigi, Kasama, Koenig, LaRue, Hatch, Marzola, MacArthur, Brittany Miller, C.H. Miller, Monroe Moreno, Mosca, Wynn, O'Neill, Orentlicker, Peters, Summers, Armstrong, Taylor, Thomas, Torres, Watts, Yeager, and Urich have been and are duly elected members, and that Sabra Smith Newby has been and is a duly appointed member of the Assembly of the 82nd session of the Legislature of the State of Nevada. Michelle Gorlo, Chair.
Assemblywoman Gorlo.
Mr. Secretary of State, I move that the report of the Temporary Committee on Credentials be adopted.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Motion carries. I will now appoint a committee of two consisting of Assemblywoman Brittany Miller and Alexis Hansen to wait upon Chief Justice Lydia Stiglitz of the Nevada Supreme Court and escort her into the bar of the Assembly. The Assembly will stand at ease while the committee goes about its business.
Testing.
This.
Mr. Secretary of State, Chief Justice Lydia Stiglitz of the Supreme Court for the state of Nevada is at the bar of the Assembly.
The Assembly will come to order. The appointed committee will escort Chief Justice Stiglitz to the reading rostrum to administer the oath of office to the members. Members of the Assembly will rise and remain standing to receive the oath of office.
All right. If you raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same. Any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, and that I will well and faithfully perform all the duties of the office of State Assemblyman, Nevada Legislature, on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Congratulations.
The members of the assembly will be seated. The temporary chief clerk will call the roll of those members having a certificate of election or appointment, and as the names are called, the members will proceed to the front desk and subscribe the official oath.
Assemblywoman Anderson. Assemblywoman Backus. Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod. Assemblywoman Brown May. Assemblyman Carter. Assemblywoman Cohen. Assemblywoman Considine. Assemblyman DeLong. Assemblywoman Dickman. Assemblyman Da Silva. Assemblywoman Duran, Assemblywoman Gallant, Assemblywoman Gonzalez, Assemblywoman Gorlo, Assemblyman Gray, Assemblyman Gurr, Assemblyman Hafen, Assemblywoman Hanson, Assemblywoman Hardy, Assemblyman Hibbets, Assemblywoman Howdigy, Assemblywoman Kasama. Assemblyman Koenig. Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch. Assemblywoman Marzola. Assemblyman MacArthur. Assemblywoman Brittany Miller. Assemblyman C.H. Miller. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Assemblywoman Mosca. Assemblywoman Newby. Assemblyman Wynn. Assemblyman O'Neill. Assemblyman Ortlicker. Assemblywoman Peters. Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong. Assemblywoman Taylor. Assemblywoman Thomas. Assemblywoman Torres. Assemblyman Watts. Assemblyman Yeager. Assemblyman Urick,
Assemblyman Hafen.
Mr. Secretary of State, I would move that the Chief Justice Stiglitz be given a unanimous vote of thanks for administering the oath.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay? None? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Chief Justice. The appointed committee will escort Chief Justice Stiglitz to the bar of the Assembly. The members of the Assembly will rise. The members of the Assembly will be seated. The temporary chief clerk will call the roll of the Assembly members who have received the oath of office.
Assemblywoman Anderson, Assemblywoman Backus, Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod, Assemblywoman Brown May, Assemblyman Carter, Assemblywoman Cohen, Assemblywoman Considine, Assemblyman DeLong, Assemblywoman Dickman, Assemblyman De Silva, Assemblywoman Duran, Assemblywoman Gallant, Assemblywoman Gonzalez, Assemblywoman Gorlow, Assemblyman Gray, Assemblyman Gurr, Assemblyman Hafen, Assemblywoman Hanson, Assemblywoman Hardy, Assemblyman Hibbets, Assemblywoman Howdigi, Assemblywoman Kasama, Assemblyman Koenig, Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch, Assemblywoman Marzola, Assemblyman MacArthur, Assemblywoman Brittany Miller, Assemblyman C.H. Miller, Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, Assemblywoman Mosca, Assemblywoman Newby, Assemblyman Wynn, Assemblyman O'Neill, Assemblyman Orntlicker, Assemblywoman Peters, Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong, Assemblywoman Taylor, Assemblywoman Thomas, Assemblywoman Torres, Assemblyman Watts, Assemblyman Yeager, Assemblyman Urick.
Thank you. There will be no temporary organization of the Assembly. All nominations will be permanent appointment. Nominations are in order for Speaker of the Assembly. Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary of State. I rise today with the distinct honor of nominating my friend and colleague, Assemblyman Steve Yeager, for Speaker of the Nevada State Assembly. While he may be popularly known for his marathons and his donut wall, Assemblyman Steve Yeager and his family have spent their lives defending the Constitution and the principal rights that define freedom. Public service runs in the Yeager family. One of his brothers serves and protects his community as a law enforcement officer. Another brother, a 25-year officer in the Marine Corps, defending our Constitution at home and abroad. And a superstar of a wife, Judge Beta Yeager, who serves our state in the 8th Judicial District, protecting our communities our rights, and our families. Assemblyman Steve Yeager keeps good company with the people who think freedom, the Constitution, and liberty and justice for all are not talking points, but a way of life. And that shows in how Steve has lived his life, defending those who need help the most. As a wise justice once said, where you see wrong or inequality or injustice, speak out, because this is your country. This is your democracy. Make it, protect it, pass it on. Assemblyman Yeager has done just that as a member of this chamber and beyond its walls. And it's why I'm so proud to nominate him on this day as the 65th Speaker of the Nevada State Assembly.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. After that rousing speech and nomination, I think you've convinced me. The only thing I can say is I second the motion. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I move nominations be closed.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. I declare Assemblyman Steve Yeager to be the Speaker of the Nevada State Assembly. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the mountains you'll climb. I will now appoint Assemblywoman Hadigi and Monroe Moreno to escort the Speaker to the podium.
Assemblywoman Marzola.
Mr. Speaker, I move the Secretary of State be given a unanimous vote of thanks for the services to the Assembly.
Assemblyman MacArthur. You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. I will now appoint a committee of two consisting of Assemblywoman Gorlow and Assemblyman Hibbets to escort the Secretary of State to the bar of the Assembly. The members of the Assembly will please rise. The members of the Assembly will please be seated. Assemblywoman Hadigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for the honor and privilege of serving as your majority leader. This is a surreal moment for me, as I'm sure it is for many in this chamber. To my sister from District 1, I can't say enough how delighted I am to enter our 4th session together, and how proud I am to see you elected as Speaker Pro Temp, and rise as the first African American chair of Ways and Means. I want to congratulate my colleague, Assemblyman from District 40, on his ascension as Minority Leader. And I want to congratulate each and every one of my colleagues for winning their election to join this esteemed body. But the real recognition deserves to be given to the family members and friends who stand by us each and every day. They are the unsung heroes of the work that we do on the campaign trail and during the legislative session. Supporting us in this work is not easy. It means knowing we will miss birthdays, anniversaries, and important milestones. It often means loving us from afar, as many of us spend more time on the campaign trail than at home. It means knowing that for 120 days, our thoughts, focus, and energy is on serving the people of the great state of Nevada. Our families sacrificed so much for us to be able to serve as members of this great body. Please join me in recognizing that sacrifice. We are a trailblazing institution with the largest female majority and one of the most diverse bodies in the nation, representing communities that truly stretch the gambit of what makes Nevada and America so wonderful. The work we do in this body is important to the state, to our community, and the families we were elected to represent. Many of us have served through some of the most difficult times this state has ever seen. And we've had some heated debate and at times some raw emotions. But I'll tell you this, unlike Washington, the vast majority of our work has been and will be friendly and done with compassion and compromise at the heart of it. In this body, we leave politics on the campaign trail because true leadership cannot exist where partisanship lives. During the next 120 days, we must dig deep to find the courage to make the right decisions for our state. We have an intense but rewarding time ahead of us. So whether you're from the communities of Elko or Ely or East Las Vegas, it's time to saddle up. Our state is counting on us to get this work done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to begin by thanking and congratulating our Majority Leader, the Honorable Assemblywoman from District 41, with her election today. I would also like to welcome the families and guests of my colleagues, all of you, with us here today. Thank you for joining us. And to you, Mr. Speaker, good morning. Good afternoon, I apologize. We're running late as usual. I bet you this won't be the first time. But seriously, Mr. Speaker, good morning to you and good morning to all of us on the 82nd session, the start of the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature. I would like to congratulate our new Speaker, the Honorable Assemblyman from the 9th District, on his new role as Speaker of this body of lawmakers. Mr. Speaker, last November, your constituents showed their support for you as their representative in this body for the 4th time. Now, as the legislature session begins, your colleagues from your own party and from mine have demonstrated their unanimous support for you as Speaker. Congratulations. I know that we will agree on many issues. I hope that when we disagree, our debates will be fruitful. I have faith that together we will make good policy for our great state. As for the great President Ronald Reagan once said, there are no limits to what a man can do or where he can go if he does not mind who gets the credit. In that spirit of aphorism, I hope to work with you in cooperative effort to make good policy for our people, for our constituents, for Nevada, doing it the Nevada way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Assemblyman O'Neill. I want to thank each and every one of you for putting your trust and confidence in me to lead the Assembly this session as Nevada's 65th Speaker. It means more to me than words can express, and I'm most thankful it did not take 15 rounds of voting for this legislative chamber to choose its leaders. I am most thankful for that. Thank you to my family members who are here. Many of my immediate family members are here. My wife, my mother, both of my brothers, my mother-in-law, all of whom I'm going to formally introduce in a little bit. But I would not be standing here without their support. It's a special day for me to have them here with me, as they've been with me through both the good and the bad, through both the thick and the thin, and for that I am grateful. Congratulations to my counterpart in the Senate, Senator Cannizzaro, as once again being elected Senate Majority Leader. And congratulations to our own Assemblyman O'Neill as well as Senator Ganzert on their new leadership roles. And of course, congratulations to Governor Lombardo, who is now the governor for all Nevadans. I look forward to working with all of them because, you know what? We are Nevadans first and foremost. Nevada is and always has been a place that is big enough for both Democrats and Republicans. And a special thank you to my predecessor, Speaker Jason Frierson, who led this assembly with dignity and class for the last 3 regular sessions and the last 3 special sessions. He was and continues to be the embodiment of a true statesman. He is also my mentor and friend. I wouldn't be here without his support and encouragement, and for that I am grateful. So here we are. We have finally arrived at the first day of the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature. This session, we have 14 new members, which represents 1/3 of our total membership. Our new members are Assemblyman Carter, Assemblyman DeLong, Assemblyman De Silva, Assemblywoman Gallant, Assemblyman Gray, Assemblyman Gurr, Assemblyman Hibbets, Assemblyman Koenig, Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch, Assemblywoman Mosca, Assemblywoman Newby, Assemblyman Wynn, Assemblywoman Taylor, and Assemblyman Urich, who finally moved me up a spot in the alphabetical list of assembly members. I would like to invite the 14 of you I just named off to stand up and be recognized. Congratulations and welcome. I also want to take a moment to highlight our members who were first elected or appointed in 2020, campaigning and winning in the midst of a global COVID pandemic. These 10 members are Assemblywoman Anderson, Assemblywoman Brown-May, Assemblywoman Considine, Assemblywoman Gonzalez, Assemblywoman Kasama, Assemblywoman Marzola, Assemblyman Miller, Assemblyman Orntlicker, and Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong, and Assemblywoman Thomas. Now, we were not able to have guests on this floor when we were sworn in 2 years ago, so I would like to ask those 10 members I named to stand up and get the recognition that you deserve. Now, if you are counting, we have recognized 24 members who are either beginning their first or second session of service. But in truth, there are 25 such members, as Assemblywoman Backus is beginning her second session. She was first elected in 2018, then took a session off, as some of us do on occasion, before rejoining us. So that makes 25 of the 42 of our members starting their first or second legislative session today. Collectively, the 42 members of this assembly have 108 years of legislative service, which averages 2.6 years per member. Just to put that in context for a moment, the four most senior members of this assembly from our last session who are not returning, Assemblywoman Carlton, Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson, Assemblyman Ellison, and Speaker Frierson collectively had 58 years of legislative experience, more than half of what the collective 42 of us have. But though we may be young in experience, I know the wisdom of those who occupied these seats before us will permeate this chamber and will guide us. I am confident that together we are going to get things done this session. We might only number 42, but we are a mighty 42. Each one of your seats in this chamber represents an average of 74,000 people in your district. Some of whom love you and voted for you. Those are probably the ones sitting behind you. And some of whom don't care for you very much at all and probably will never vote for you. And then some who have no idea who you are and will never know who you are. But all of them are deserving of representation because you are their representative and they are your constituents, and there is no greater purpose in life than serving others. In the words of Speaker Hambrick in 2015, quote, "We do not own these seats, we only occupy them. We are here for one purpose and one purpose only, to serve the people of this great state," end quote. And my challenge to all of you is the same challenge that Speaker Frierson offered in 2021. Quote, "This session, I call on all of us to leave behind partisan rhetoric, to leave behind old playbooks, to leave behind business as usual," end quote. Collaboration and cooperation is what the battle-born state has always been about. From the glittering lights of Las Vegas to the glittering shores of Lake Tahoe, from Jarbidge to Scotty's Junction, Battle Mountain to Boulder City, Ely to Elko to Eureka, Carson City to Carlin to Caliente, Reno to Ruth, and everywhere in between. That is what Nevadans want and deserve from us: collaboration and cooperation. Now, above me is a portrait of Abraham Lincoln, President Abraham Lincoln, under whose presidency Nevada became a state. He was once asked by a reporter how he felt about one of his political rivals. Here's how he responded, quote, "I don't like that man. I must get to know him better," end quote. So let it be the same for us with our colleagues in this chamber, our colleagues across the hallway in the Senate, and across the Capitol Mall. For we all know winning can be easy, governing is a heck of a lot harder. Now, you may have heard the phrase, work across the aisle. Well, in this chamber, this aisle in front of me, it doesn't separate political parties. In this chamber, we are all Nevadans doing the people's work. As I've said before, agree on everything, we won't. Agree on many things, we will. Work hard on finding those areas of agreement, we must. Let us all then endeavor to solve more problems than we create. And let us not fall into the trap of being keyboard warriors, saying things on social media we would never say to one another's faces. We need fewer keyboard warriors and more actual warriors who will fight to save the best system of government this world has ever known, representative democracy. There is no guarantee that it survives. We must fiercely protect it at all times or risk losing it. Speaking of that, I would like to ask every veteran or active member military in this chamber to stand up and be recognized for your commitment to protect this great nation of ours, whatever the cost. We thank you for your service, we appreciate you, and we will support you in any way that we can. In 2013, Speaker Kirkpatrick asked, quote, "Will we be a state that continues to apply nickel-sized solutions to dollar-sized problems?" End quote. I'm confident we will not be, because in the words of Speaker Oseguera in 2011, quote, "It's better to be criticized for doing our job than criticized for failure to act," end quote. I, for one, am confident that we will not be criticized for failure to act. When we are criticized, and we will be, it will be for doing our job. And in this time of abundance, let us heed the cautionary words of Speaker Buckley in 2009. Quote, "In good times, we spend a little bit of money on a lot of things and get good at nothing," end quote. Let us instead, the 42 of us and the state, get good at a great many things this session. In 2003, Speaker Perkins observed that, quote, "Today's challenges are no greater than any we have faced in our long history. They only seem bigger because they are so close," end quote. Yes, the challenges we face loom large because they are close. But I'm ready. You're all ready. We are ready. Just as we have been ready over the past few sessions, which have been some of the most challenging in this state's nearly 159-year history. But the sun always rises in the morning, no matter how cold and dark the night. Despite the coldness and darkness of the global pandemic that brought the entire world to a standstill, the sun did rise on Nevada, forever battle-born and resilient. We increased access to democracy. We made historic investments in education, protected a woman's right to choose, tackled climate change head-on, put Nevada on a path to a future that is both carbon-free and more reliant on renewable energy, enacted smart-on-crime criminal justice measures, made healthcare and prescription drugs more affordable and accessible, increased the availability of quality, affordable childcare, provided historic funding to help our small businesses keep their doors open, adopted common-sense gun safety measures, and ensured our public lands remain in public hands, all the while doing what was necessary to save lives and put Nevada's economy back on track. I will tell you, the work that we did in this body made a real difference in the lives of Nevadans. And you know what? That was just the beginning. This session, thanks to the pupil-centered funding formula adopted by the legislature in 2019, we will be allocating an additional $2 billion to our K-12 education budget. But we're not going to stop at $2 billion. We will also invest an additional $250 million to give our hardworking and dedicated teachers and support staff a pay raise. They deserve it. Let's give a hand to everybody who works tirelessly to educate Nevada's future leaders. Nevada state employees for far too long have been asked to do more with less, especially our public safety employees. They have stuck it out through thick and thin. In this session, we're going to give them a much-needed pay raise as well. I'm not proud to say it, but Nevada has missed the mark when it comes to mental health, both for youth and adults. For far too long, there was a large gap between the investments Nevadans needed and the investments that were made, and people were left behind. This session, we will be able to close that gap and provide so many Nevadans with the help that they need. And as we embark on this legislative session, let us not turn a blind eye to skyrocketing rents or the looming eviction crisis threatening so many in our state. Rising housing costs are a real burden for so many Nevada families, and we must dedicate time and resources to provide access to stable and affordable housing to keep Nevadans in their homes so that home can truly mean Nevada for everyone in this state. So then, what is my challenge to you, the assembly members of this 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature? My challenge to you is this: with clear eyes, see Nevada as it is today, with all of its successes and all of its challenges. But also have the vision to see Nevada as you wish it to be, long after you leave this chamber and indeed leave this earth. And then work hard, each and every day, to make that vision a reality. Because all of us in here still have miles left on our shoes. So the question I leave you with is this: how will we, this assembly, be remembered when history sets its eyes on us? Well, that's up to all of you. That's up to me. That's up to us. Let's get to work. God bless all of you, and God bless the great state of Nevada. Thank you all so much. So nominations are now in order for Speaker Pro Tempore. Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor to nominate my friend, my colleague from District 1, Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe Moreno, to serve as Speaker Pro Tempore.
Assemblywoman Kasama.
Mr. Speaker, I move nominations be closed.
You've all heard that motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. I declare Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe Moreno to be Speaker Pro Tempore. Congratulations, Assemblywoman. Nominations are now in order for Chief Clerk of the Assembly. Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I nominate Susan Furlong to be Chief Clerk of the Assembly.
Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move nominations be closed.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. I declare Susan Furlong to be the Chief Clerk of the Nevada Assembly. Congratulations, and thanks for coming back. At this time, I'm going to appoint a committee of 3 consisting of Assemblywoman Peters, Assemblywoman Dickman, and Assemblyman C.H. Miller to notify the Senate that the Assembly is organized and ready for business. I'm also going to appoint a committee of 3 consisting of Assemblywoman Backus, Assemblyman O'Neill, and Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod to walk across the mall, be careful out there, it's cold and icy, and notify the governor that the Assembly is organized and ready for business. While we're waiting for the committees to come back, we are going to go to Order of Business 15 so we can introduce our family members and guests. I will tell members, we're having a little bit of trouble with my screen up here, so I don't really have notification if you press that speak button at the moment. But what I want to do is start with folks who have young children at their desks, just in case you need to excuse those members. And so I have a list here of folks I think who probably need to go first. I'm going to call on them, and then we'll see if we can get the computer system running, and if not, we'll just have a good fun time of this. So under Order of Business 15, we're going to start with Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that sounds good. Congratulations, and to your family. And it's so good to see everybody. Thank you for this indulgence. It's my honor and pleasure to be able to serve again my third term here representing Assembly District 32. It is also a great honor to be the mother and grandmother to 8 grown children and 20 grandchildren, some of which are able to be here today. So I'd like to take a moment and introduce some of the littles that are here with us. I have the honor of having the granddaughters with me, and Senator Hansen has the grandsons. So if you would stand, we have Emerson Hawk, we have Dixie Hansen, Arden Hawk, Ellie Jane Hawk, and then in the gallery, my adult children, Rachel Hawk, Cody Brown, Larissa Brown, my youngest daughter, my daughter-in-law, Erica Hansen, my daughter, Mallory Reed, and her husband, Thane Reed, and the rest of the family is in the Senate chambers. Thank you again for the opportunity and the indulgence.
We'll go next to Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of my sister, who has a 4-year-old with you, we appreciate being able to speak early on. At this moment, I would like to really just express my gratitude to my family for all that they do. You know, campaigning and being in elected office, leaving your home, needing somebody to go over, take out your trash, stop by. I didn't clean my fridge out, so they'll be doing that this upcoming week, and do those little things. My family really steps up to the plate more often than not. And so I really want to express gratitude to first my mom, if you understand, Mom. My mom, Tilly Torres, she's a teacher, and she's taught me to work hard and continue fighting even when things are tough, and to really value education. And we really appreciate everything you do for our kiddos all the time. And then I'll go next to my father, Rigoberto Torres. He fought hard to come to this country, and he has taught me to love this country and to be committed to improving our community every single day. And I know that our family has had so many opportunities because you always fought to make sure that we had everything that we needed to succeed. And I love you, Dad, and I really appreciate it. And lastly, my sister and her family, Gabriela Torres, my brother-in-law, Marco Penalosa, who's really more just like a brother to me, and my niece, Sofia Penalosa. I am so grateful to have them all with me today. My sister gives up her birthday every other year because her birthday always falls on the weekend that we're here. So happy birthday to my sister, and thank you for always being selfless and joining me in all this work. Thank you.
Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be my extreme honor to represent Assembly District 39. Got a lot of those constituents here with me today, and I want to say hi and thank you guys. I'd like to start off by introducing my wife, who has stood by me through my military career, and now what's turning into a political foray that I never planned on getting into, starting with Lyon County Board of Commissioners and now into this great body. So my wife, Katie, right here. And then you might have noticed, I've also got another very special little one here. This is my niece, Olivia Parker. My daughters couldn't be here today, one who's a Fernley Middle School teacher and the other one who is living in Texas with her husband, both Navy veterans, and then my daughter Hannah, who's teaching at Fernley Middle School, is an Army veteran, and I just want to thank them for all their love and support all these years as well. I'm also joined by Mark and Cheryl Jones. Hey, buddy. Hey. And then a very, very special friend of mine, and he happens to be my my VA doctor, Dr. Liren Golkovsky. I can never say his name right, I'm sorry. He's out there on the front lines helping us veterans every single day, and I wanted to make sure he had a place on here today, so please thank him for helping us. And then some other friends and family that are actually watching online who are texting me the whole way through. Dale Myers, who's a very, very dear family member, and then Jeff Comulane, who has been a friend of mine since we were about 6 years old. And I just want to say thank you to them for their friendship and support over the years. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is kind of fun. I feel like I get to call on whoever I want next. So, we're going to go next to Assemblyman Gurr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as with everybody else, congratulations. I'm not nearly as practiced as some of you are at introducing all my family. We're not quite up to Alexis, but I think we have 13 grandchildren and 4 great-greats. Or is it 5? 4.5 great-greats. So anyway, as with everybody, without the family, you don't get here. But let me introduce my wife. Sorry, Lee. Without her, there's no way I'd be here, really, truly. My son Morgan, our son Morgan, our daughter-in-law Ashley, and the only grandson who could come with me today, Woody. You saw him come up. And I would like Ken, I'm hoping my daughter's online in St. George. So I want to say, Marisa, thank you, and my 2 grandsons. In Gavin and Jake, in St. George, and everybody else that helped me, friends all over the country. With the biggest district as I got so many people I could thank, but, you know, we'd be here for 2 hours. And my other great friend from Elko, Paul Nolan, who drove down to join us today, he's in the gallery somewhere, or he was. Oh, he's right behind me. I can't see out of the back of my head yet. I'm not a school teacher. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it.
We will get right back to introductions, but we have one order of business to do before that.
Mr. Speaker, your committee to notify the Senate that the Assembly is organized and ready for business is at the bar of the Assembly.
Please welcome the Senate committee into the Assembly chamber. Oh, actually, let's welcome the Assembly committee back into the Assembly chamber. So. Are they supposed to say anything?
That the Assembly is organized and ready for business.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to go back to order of business 15, and I'll next recognize Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to represent my neighbors in District 25, and I'm so excited to introduce my family today. First and foremost is my daughter, Abby, who is such an asset to me. She went knocking on so many doors, and it's really hard to say no to a 5-year-old that says, please vote for my mommy. So she was really helpful, and I think she would like to say hello.
Hello.
There we go. And then I have my mother-in-law, Lori Hatch, and my father-in-law, Thomas Hatch, and my husband, Stephen, who is trapped behind my chair. And they were all such a tremendous help and support in the campaign, and I'm so excited that they are here to celebrate. Thank you.
Let's go next to Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud to serve in this legislative body. 4th term, came in with the majority leader and the speaker. I've been amazed at the work that we've been able to do in this body. I look forward to serving with all of you. When we first came in, it was just exciting. In our 2nd legislative session, we became a women's majority, and that's really important to me because I'm the mother of 3 daughters and 2 sons, and when we came up here, all 3 of my daughters were with me, all of my grandchildren were with me. And when we look at this legislative body, we look like my family. And as a little girl growing up in America, My legislative body did not look like the family that I am in. This legislative body is not only a women's majority, we are one of the most diverse. And that looks like my family, and I am so proud to have them with me because I couldn't do this without my friends and family. My husband, who also gives up his birthday every other legislative session. We were able to celebrate him last night, but Tuesday will be his birthday. Dr. Gary Fisher. My daughter, my oldest daughter, who's a special education teacher, Candace, and her wife, Janez Monroe Speed. And you all saw little Avery, she's our youngest granddaughter, but my friends who have been my ride or die from day one, Miss Dana Lovell and Mr. Chris Miller. Thank you for being there, having my back all along the way. And I so look forward to serving with you all for one more session.
All right, I'm trying to do my best to see who has young ones, and I think I see some back there for Assemblyman Wynn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, congratulations on your election to be the speaker because, you know, you represent a very cool district right next to Assembly District 8. So that's the amazing Assembly District 9. Thank you for welcoming our family. Very, very honored to be here. I think I am, first I want to give thanks to my colleagues from District 13, 16, and 20, because I'm trying to compete with my colleague from Assembly District 32 on the most people in the building that's related to me. I have 14 guests, and they're all spread out to the chambers, and I'm very, very happy that they made out their time to be here and joining me in this historic moment for my family. I have my wife sitting in the back there. We had to take the younger one out because she was gonna take your spot very soon, and so we had to take her out. Where did she go? Oh, maybe napping. Okay, and then I'd like to introduce you to my son, Leeson, who all you saw. He actually was one of the most active campaign person who knocked on many doors every weekend and convinced people that open the doors and vote for Daddy. So. Very good. He deserves here. You can sit down now. Thank you. And want to make sure that I acknowledge my sister, Caitlin, and my niece, Marley, who also flew up here. And we have a couple guests over there. Want to make sure I recognize Deborah Chen, visiting from Houston, Texas, my best friend over 20 years. Alberta Obodai, my campaign manager. We also have Hei Pin Im and Jin Kim from California visiting, as well as my boss and my #1 supporter in everything that I do for the last 20 years in Nevada, Ms. Vida Lin. And of course, Vida, yes, stand up, wave. And then the entire Asian Community Development Council and One API Nevada team who made way to get here today. And of course, my daughter, who definitely is going to steal the show, 2 on 3 years old, is outside, probably on YouTube. But also, I just want to tell a quick story. 12 years ago, I had the privilege of joining then Assemblywoman Irene Bustamante Adams on the floor, this very floor, when she was sworn into her first office as an Assemblywoman for District 42. And now she's back 12 years later supporting me as I'm getting sworn in. So please welcome former Assemblywoman Irene Bustamante Adams and current Clark County School District Trustee And Mr. Speaker, if you can indulge me on a short moment, I just want to tell you a story of someone that can't be here today. 40 years ago, a young man made a decision to leave his wife and 2 children, age 4 and age 6, behind and jump on a fishing boat heading out in the Pacific Ocean, filled with people at least 3 times the capacity limit in the middle of the night, in search of freedom and a path for a better life. He almost lost his life during that journey, but he was determined to survive. So one day, his children would never go through political oppression and poverty in a war-torn third world country that his generation endured. Well, 40 years later, his youngest child is now standing here before you as an assemblyman and the first generation Vietnamese immigrant to be elected to any office in Nevada, and a son of refugee representing the largest community of Asian Pacific Islanders, 38%, and one of the most diverse districts in Nevada. Due to his surgery, he's had cataract surgery. That young man was my father, and he could not be here today. So, Dad, I know you're watching at home. Mom and Dad, thank you for everything, providing the opportunity for me to be here and to be part of Home Means Nevada is the greatest gift you could ever bestow upon me. And I promise and commit to serve the state and to make you proud. So want to tribute to my father, Kung Nguyen, and my mom, Hoang Vu, who cannot be here today. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How about Assemblywoman Gallant?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's going to be a tough act to follow. Thank you very much. It's an honor to serve the great state of Nevada in District 23. Everybody thinks it's Boulder City, but it's a lot bigger than that. But I wouldn't be able to be here without my friends and family, so I'd like to take a minute to introduce them. First, my husband, Paul Gallant. You want to stand up? Thank you for never saying no and always supporting me, no matter how difficult it's going to be, and watching our boys for the next 4 months and willing to roll up your sleeves and cook dinner and drive them to karate and make sure they stay on schedule. I really appreciate that. And our two sons, Xander, he's in 7th grade. You want to say hi?
Hi.
Hi. I think he's really appreciative that he got to miss school today and tomorrow, but a little anxious to go hit the ski slopes, right? Yeah. And our youngest son, Maddox Gallant, he's 7.
Hello.
Hi. And are you excited to go skiing this afternoon?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And my mother, Carol Ryback, lovingly we call her Tutu, so she will respond to that. And thank you for teaching me that women can have it all. She worked 5 days a week. She had dinner on the table every single night, made sure we ate as a family. I cannot say I've been good at continuing that tradition, but you always made sure that we were together as a family no matter how much you worked, and I'm living proof of it, so thank you. And my friend Denise Fanning, please stand up. So this beautiful woman sat on the phone with me for hours trying to navigate this political world that we're in. She knocked on more doors than I can count. We called her the closer because she would not leave the doorstep until they said, yes, I will vote for your friend. So I'm honored that you're here today to share this moment, and thank you so much. So I have a couple family members that couldn't be here today, and my husband is the baby of 5. I'm an only child. So one of the greatest gifts he gave me was 4 sisters, and they don't think of me as a sister-in-law. They call me the 5th sister. And in spite of some of our political differences, they have been very supportive of my run, and so I just wanted to mention them. So we've got Denise Gallant, she's the oldest. And then we have Renee Gallant. This is going to be a little confusing. We also have Danielle Gallant's sister. and Siobhan Gallant. So we're sorry they couldn't be here today, but I wanted to make sure we recognize them. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Newby, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations again. I am incredibly honored to represent Assembly District 10 from sort of central Las Vegas as an appointee. I have a number of my family members here, without whom none of this would be possible. I have my husband, Craig Newby. You can stand up. Who is also a public servant doing great work on behalf of the Attorney General's Office for the state of Nevada. I also have my two sons who are rethinking right about now how great it would be to take off the day from school. They are reevaluating their life choices. I have Jack Newby here, who declares he's the better one, and Liam Newby. You can see we have a lot of sibling rivalry in this family. And I also have Peter Saba, who's my attaché with me today, and I really want to thank him for jumping into the fray last minute for an appointee with, a couple weeks to go. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's go next to Assemblyman Carter.
Hello, everyone. I'm Max Carter, representing the east side of Las Vegas, Sunrise Mountain. I'm a third-generation Nevadan. My sons here are fifth generation. I stand here today in a place I never, ever dreamed I would be on the 6th anniversary of the person who should be standing next to me's the ordeal of her tragic and traumatic loss, Karen Carter. She should be standing here. 6 years ago today, we were in UMC trauma after she fell from her horse, and we lost her. And I want to say that on that day, I knew my life was over. But today, I stand here in this chamber representing the neighborhoods I grew up in, the neighborhoods I raised my sons in, and I'm proud to introduce my youngest son, Brian Carter, Sergeant First Class in the United States Army. My oldest son, Michael Carter, graduate of the U of N and a CCSD teacher. My middle son, Thomas Carter, graduate of UNLV and a CCSD teacher. And my daughter-in-law, Kelsey Stiegel, a graduate of Boyd School of Law. I'm so proud of them, and I know their mother is very proud of them too. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Marzola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't get to do, this is my second session representing District 21. I did not get to do this in 2021 because we were in the middle of COVID. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker, first and foremost. First, I would like to say thank you to my mom. If she, if she had not made the decision to move me to the United States for a better life, to pursue our dreams, I would not be standing here today. Thank you for making me the woman that I am. Your strength has become my strength, and I thank you for it. This is my son, Troy Clemens, AKA T. He has been my rock since the day he was born. Everything that I do, the air that I breathe, is for him, for a better life. thank you for being there. Thank you for putting up with me in moments that I need your assistance emotionally. I am so proud of the man that you have become. He's in his third year at UNR Medical School. It has been a long journey for us with a lot of ups and downs. Thank you for sticking by me. Thank you for making good choices. I love you with all my heart. Last but not least, this is my niece, Yuriana Marzola. She was one of my best volunteers through the campaign. Thank you for everything that you do as well. She's part of our future, right? She's why we're here. She's why we are fighting for education. Without her and without every child having that opportunity, where are we going to be? And so that's why we fight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations again. So I served in 2015, so I actually have gotten to do this before, but that was so long ago, it's hard to remember. So this is my husband, Tom, who's supportive all the time. Lots of you probably remember him, but same husband as 2015. And my dear friends, Caitlin and Stephen Wood. Probably a lot of you know Stephen. Stand up. Stephen was my attaché last session, but so much more than that, really more of an advisor. And he's going to be in the building a lot, so so everyone get to know him, please. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of you here. Congratulations to everyone who's going to be serving with me. Take care.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you and to everyone in this body. Sitting here listening to everybody introduce their family and friends and their wonderful stories reminds me of why we're here. We're not here for ourselves. We're here to make a sacrifice. Our family and friends are making the same sacrifice to fill in for us while we're gone. It's just such an honor. My colleague from District 9, your story is an inspiration. 8, 9 is up there. 9 can come over here, we could switch. But it's just an absolute honor to be here and to put everything back into perspective, so I really appreciate it. And so I'm going to start with my son, Harrison. As many of you have said, it's our education, our youth, that we have to look after. So, buddy, I'll be up here fighting for you. I got my better half, Amanda, here. I've got my mother here, and my Aunt Vicky, who has not only my aunt but been a mentor through my education and business career. I also have the Flokinis here, John, Kimberly, Sarah. Thank you all for being here, and congratulations again to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we're going to come back to order business 15 in a moment, but I believe we have a committee that has returned.
Mr. Speaker, your committee to inform the governor that the Assembly is organized and ready for business is at the bar of the Assembly.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Backus.
Mr. Speaker, the governor has been informed that the Assembly is organized and ready for business.
Thank you so much. And you all may be seated when you're ready. We'll continue with order of business 15. Everyone will have a chance to introduce the guests, and I think next I'm going to go to Assemblyman De Silva.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, it is truly an honor, and I'm humbled to be serving with you in this distinguished body, this historic body. Before I begin, I just want to make a special recognition of my father, who passed away in 2016, who's not with us here, but I know is with us in spirit. And he is my hero, my ultimate mentor, my ultimate role model. I want to thank you, Dad, for everything that you've done for me. Another individual could not be here today, who is a mentor to me, both as a professional educator and as an elected official. My soccer coach, my teacher in high school, Councilman Isaac Barone, who could not be here due to a family emergency. My guest who is here, though, is my mom. Mom, would you please stand? My mother made me who I am today, and she just retired as a public educator, public school teacher, after 28 years of service to our state. Thank you, Mom, for everything. Thank you so much. I also have my brother, Captain Reese De Silva of the United States Army Intelligence Services. Thank you for being my best friend growing up in the tough streets of Northtown and the East Side. He's been there for me, protected me, and is now protecting our nation. Thank you so much for being here today, Reese. Thank you. And I must say, I am the first ever Indian American to hold elected office in the state of Nevada, the first ever South Asian. And I wanted to make that a commemorative moment. Thank you. The thing is, there is nobody I could bring in to say I'm standing on the shoulders of this person within the state. But we do have somebody who many of us know. I call him the 7th federal representative, the 5th congressman for Nevada. And that is a very special guest, a mentor of mine, and somebody who will be doing great work with us as we are proceeding with the work of the people's work in this house, and that is Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Thank you, Congressman, for being here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, we'll go next to Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have with me members of my family who I am honored to introduce. First, I would like to show you my dearest, loving wife, who, as our majority leader said, they truly are the backbone and allow us to do our job here today. Love. And may I give you to my sister, my older sister, as I always like to say. Kathleen, she's coming visiting from Tampa, Florida. Thank you, dear. I think that's elder abuse. And my niece, Jill Poliaro. How did I do?
Pretty good.
Her father, actually, Paul, Frank, I'm sorry, I always get him wrong, served with Governor Reagan back when he was first governor and was requested to be on Reagan's cabinet. And he turned it down because he knew the time it would take and he wouldn't be able to vote to his family. So he made a choice that we greatly appreciate today, and I'm glad that Jill's able to be with me. Thank you. Thank you. And last but not least is my, I was going to say, youngest child, my number one son, since I only have one, who apparently I fed very well over the years. He is now serving the U.S. Air Force in the Office of Special Investigations. I can't tell you how proud we all are of him. He has come to take time out from his assignments and to come visit us and be with us on this day. Philip. And thank you all very much, and thank you for the time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am so blessed to have family members here like everybody else. I feel like they probably put their lives on hold more than anything than we do as candidates. And for example, my mom, who's here with me today, and I'll let her sit because one thing she put on hold was having a knee replacement until election had occurred. So I'm grateful to her. I'm grateful to the team that supported me. Today, my dad actually and his wife couldn't make it. They were in Naples, still packing up to move to Las Vegas to take over, kind of take back our law practice while I'm gone here for the 120 days. days. And then obviously my husband, Mark McDermott, who puts everything on hold to be my biggest cheerleader, win or lose. We're going to do it again, and we're here, and I thank you. Thank you for calling out sick to be here today. I appreciate it. And also behind me, I have Jerry, my mom's loving husband. The whole team, including my mom, my dad and stepmom, all did trunk or treat for me when I couldn't appear. I mean, it's been a whirlwind. Everyone does it, and then we get to do this 120 days. And so I can't express my gratitude. My mother-in-law is also up here today. I got to drop her to our governor to get some kudos because she was on his volunteer police force. But thank you to all the family that's here today, and thank you to my family. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking forward to the session, to serving together. Good morning, everyone. I have I'm in my first term, and so I'm really excited. I just want to take a minute to thank my family and friends who helped me to get there. As many of you have said, we don't get here alone. I'm absolutely honored to serve in this distinguished body, and I'm actually honored during Black History Month. I'll give a little nod for Black History Month to stand here as the first African American female from the North to serve in the Nevada State Assembly. I do have quite a few members from my family and friends who are here. So we'll start with the lower gallery. I have a row of cousins back there who drove through the snow, flew through diverted flights, and all of that to get here. So thank you to my cousins Fred and Linda and Diane and Latrice and Lakeisha and Pam, who went through all of that. I have an uncle, Uncle Greg, and his wife. My auntie Cynthia, who made sure that I could buy an outfit like this to show up here today and be kind of sharp. So thank you very much. Love you so much. Came in late last night. My aunt, a retired school teacher in California, the neighboring state. So we thank you for that service. As you hear, education comes up an awful lot. Also, my lower gallery, I have my pastors who are sitting right there in the front. Right there trying to take pictures. You can hear, I'm sorry, you can hear, but they will pray for us, so that's good. We do need that. And others that I serve with who are friends and serve with in ministry, Pastor Doris and Minister Greg, Minister Kim, who are here with me as well. I have some great friends in the front. Becky, who is my self-appointed assistant for everything she can, and my good friend Alicia. And then but wait, there's more. I also have more people in the upper gallery. You guys stand up, Dr. A with the camera. My wonderful friend Estella. I started on the school board, and she is the reason that I was on the school board. Talisha and my best friend Dana. I have two. They're both here. And Mina and Verita come by my office because they got me straight in my office. You hear me? You need people with a good eye to come by in the office, and that was them. So thank you so much. To those of you you're here who's sitting upstairs, and then last but certainly not least to the gallery, I'm going to start with my wonderful mother. Come on, stand up, Mom. My wonderful mom, who did so much and really is the reason I am standing here on today. My biggest cheerleader, my biggest fan, and the one who really made the way for me. My big sister, just sister, sorry. Can we take that off the record? Can we get, so let's get that off of the record. My sister flew up from LA, and she comes up whenever something big is going on to free me up, to take care of my mom, to make sure we're good so I can focus on me. And this woman will fight you over me. So you be nice to me. She will come and get you. My other best friend, Dr. Parson, who's the first African-American licensed clinical psychologist in the state of Nevada. And whose mother, by the way, was the first African-American female to graduate from the University of Nevada in 1952. And then I saw this woman walking around outside. She was lost. Had to get her in. This is a legend I spoke about Black History Month. I spoke about being the first African-American female from the North in the Assembly, but I am so honored and so proud to have in my life and sitting on the floor with me, this is the first African-American female to serve in the Nevada State Senate, period. Senator Bernice Matthews, here with me on today. She is so humble. She served so well, and she chaired Senate Finance for 20 years. So don't let the nice soft face fool you. She's about business. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. We're going to come back to Order of Business 15 in a moment, but before we do that, we're going to go to our Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. Speaker, a committee from the Senate is at the bar of the Assembly.
Please welcome the Senate committee into the Assembly chamber. Senator, welcome.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate is organized and ready for business.
Thank you so much, Senator. We look forward to working with you guys this session. Okay, we'll go next to, under Order of Business 15, to Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to be in this assembly and serving with everyone. Again, congratulations to all and to you, Mr. Speaker. I need to thank so much my family, Peter and Serena, please stand up, who's without your sacrifice and support, I would not be here, and I am humbled for the time that you've allowed me to serve. Please give them a hand. I would also, my parents were immigrants to this country, and unfortunately I lost them when I was younger. And I know that they're here in spirit, and it would be amazing for them to know that I'm standing here. But with that said, I have my adopted Carson parents who have opened their homes and their hearts to me, Craig Clark and Jan Clark. Thank you so much for all your support. Appreciate you so much. Thank you to all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honor to call you Mr. Speaker. Congratulations. So as I keep taking this in, all of the introductions today, which of course I have plenty of Kleenex that have been balled up and put in the trash, as I'm someone that often wears their emotions on their face. There's two things that keep coming to mind. One, standing in this body and always being able to just celebrate the amazing and beautiful diversity that is unique to Nevada, that we are a state of every different type of person, and that it is being even increasingly more represented here in our legislature, because it is imperative that we maintain a government by the people. So I'm so proud to be in a state and be in a legislative body that actually looks like the people we serve. So that's the first thing. And of course, a really special just acknowledgement of, because I can't think of anything more American than having immigrants who weren't born on this soil, but who came to this country, pledged allegiance to this nation, became citizens, and now are elected serving in this great country, in this great state. So that's the first thing I think of. The next thing I keep think of as we're doing our family introductions is that we're making it sound so nice and so sweet, and yet there's not a family unit in this room that hasn't been through trials and tribulations and ups and downs and traumas and tragedies and moments where you just didn't think that you could go on or make it, and yet here we are. And so just to celebrate family and the work that it goes into it and the love and the sacrifice to just be family, I think it needs to be acknowledged. Especially there's a lot of friends and siblings and spouses here today that are so proud of their people, right, that are standing here elected. But I can't imagine anyone being prouder than the parents that are here, who aren't here, and who are no longer with us, but do know, they know that we're here. And so for all the parents who raised all of us, who couldn't imagine, from every problem we caused and every mistake we made and every sleepless night and every time everything that goes into parenthood. Thank you, because I know you're literally the proudest people in this room at this moment. And so with that, I would like to introduce my sister, who is an assistant principal in Clark County, Kelly Miller. She missed my first 2 swearing-ins because she had abdicated and left and moved to Texas, but came right on back. And of course, my mom, retired RN, don't look at me, Karen Liardi, who again has been the epitome of motherhood and example and sacrifice, and to just always to thank my family, because somehow they strike that chord of always consistently keeping me grounded but also uplifted at the same time. So thank you.
Assemblywoman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations, and congratulations to everyone. With me today, I have my friend and emerged sister, Kelly, who is the executive director of the Fallon Food Hub, and we're working together on some legislation this session, so I'm really honored to have her here. Just stand up. Also, I have Tori Temple, whose name I just forgot, who's my attaché, who deserves a lot of credit, because until today, except for literally the time I was on the floor during State of the State, I've been in the building about 20 minutes so far leading up to session. So I really appreciate the job that Tori's done in getting me set and getting me ready, and how it'll be much easier if you do try to come to my office because of Tori. So thank you, Tori. Thank you. And then I also have my sister, Aileen, who is an attorney, a fellow UNR grad, a proud Nevadan, and also who, when we talk about sacrifice, has spent a lot of the last few months, leading up to elections. She'd always been very active in my campaigns, but this time, unfortunately, our mother's been ill, and she's had to spend a lot of time kind of putting her life on hold and taking care of our mother for both of us, and so I just really appreciate that. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be here, and I'm so excited to be representing Assembly District 35 for the 3rd time. With me today is my husband, who has put up with me for 22, 23 years. I kind of lost count. So thank you so much for really being there and standing beside me through all of this. I know things have been challenging with, he's a meteorologist, so he does shift work, and so that can be really challenging when he might be working midnights or days, and it changes all the time. So I do really, really appreciate you, so thank you. And then I have with me today is my son, who has gone out and knocked doors with me and has really just been right by my side. He's probably going to get a little mad at me for embarrassing him, but been up here now, I guess it's been 6 years since I first started this, and when I first left, it was like, bye, Mom. And now it's, hey, Mom, how you doing? So they grow up fast. My daughter couldn't be here today because she's up in Pullman studying kinesiology at Washington State, so I do want to give a quick shout out to her. And then my mom, who just drove about 4 days to come out here from the Midwest to help with my husband, because like I said, he does shift work. So she's going to be out here helping take my son to school and making sure he gets his activities. Wish she could be here, but she said there was no way she was going to drive another 7 hours to be here. But she loves me, though, so thank you so much.
Assemblywoman Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations again. This is my second term, and I'm so honored and humbled to be here. And while I might not be the first Mexican woman elected to office, I am the first Thai woman elected in the state of Nevada. Thank you. And while I don't sit on the backs of elected giants, I do have my grandmother, Dorina Beckett, and my mother, Nilnet Gonzalez-Shama, here, who immigrated here from Thailand, very much like all your other families, to provide for a better life. I'm also joined by my fiance, Francisco, stand up, who most recently immigrated here 5 years ago. This man, still learning English, was not scared to knock on the doors with me, and so he just went through his first election cycle with me, and now he is gonna endure all the fun of the legislative cycle ahead. I just wanna say thank you so much to the women in my family. Our life has not been easy, and I have not had the easiest life. However, I've had the most support from you two, driving me to and from every activity and school. You know, we used to get up at 5:30 in the mornings because they would drive me across town so that I could follow any educational opportunity I have. And so I just want to say thank you so much, and to my future husband here for always putting a smile on my face. Thank you for always supporting me and joining me, and to all the other families here, thank you.
Assemblywoman Considine.
Thank you, Speaker, and congratulations. It is an honor to be here for the second term, and it is a pleasure to have my family here for the first time. Thank you so much for coming, driving through the snow, flying through the snow. I want to introduce my husband, Ken Merrill. When we were dating, he showed me Nevada, every dirt road, every campground, anywhere you could put a tent. He made me not only love this state, but appreciate it in ways I never knew I could. Thank you. And my daughter, Sydney, she's 23. She was born in Nevada, went through Clark County schools. She's crying. She is my reason for doing this. She was my reason for getting my life in order. She is my everything. And then my extended family, Jake and Bev Rouse, if you want to stand up. Jake and Sydney have been friends since preschool, early soccer, Rainbow Youth Theater in the city of Las Vegas, LVA, college, and they've been sort of my extended family rock for so long. So thank you, and thank you for this indulgence, and thank you all, and congratulations to all of us.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is great to say that to you, my friend. So, I have my mom here, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out, I'm sure half of you, not the new ones, but are wondering where my Molly is. My daughter has been up here for the first 2 terms. She actually moved up here. My husband and my Molly went to 4th grade here and 6th grade here, but now she's a sophomore in high school. And she was going to come. Actually, I had her ticket, but she too was in Rainbow Community Theater. And just days before, it's Tech Week, she got the lead, props lead. Not the lead, like we all thought when she called to say that she couldn't come. My mom's like, "You're Juliet?" No, the props lead, but you wouldn't know by Molly's excitement that she didn't have the lead of Juliet. That's how excited she was. So she said, "Mom, I can't come. I can't do it." So she is here in spirit, and you all know I love her to pieces, my little Valentine. My husband is at home as well, but I do have my biggest cheerleader, my mom, Mikey Bilbray, who has had a tough year and a half. We lost my father in September, and I go to call him almost every day to talk to him about the legislature. And then I have to remember he's not taking phone calls. I'm sorry. My mom, I just got a look. I was going to say that. I don't know what my colleague was going to say about being troublemakers because I was perfect, but clearly I'm not because I just got in trouble. I just got the look, and I'm older now. So thank you, Mama. Thank you. You are the best. And I don't know. I said, Mom, this is my 4th term. You don't need to come up. And when we were driving here and she got in, I said, I'm really glad you're here. So I look forward to meeting all of you, freshmen that I haven't met on the other side of the aisle. I look forward to working with you. And it really is the most important thing we can do. And thank you to the families who let us come up here and do this. And I've got to know so many of you. And I thank you all. And let's do this.
Assemblywoman Howdiggy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am going to be quick because this is the 4th time that I've got to do this with my family. But I do want to take a moment to introduce the people who have allowed me to follow every single opportunity and dream that I have, because I stand here before you because of the sacrifices that they've made to give me every opportunity in the world. And that is my dad and my mom, Mr. and Miss Howdiggy, and my older sister, Wendy Howdiggy-Jackins. Thank you. And my friend and platonic life partner that many of you know, former Assemblyman Nelson Araujo. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And before I move on, I'll just take a point of personal privilege since we're in the general vicinity to introduce the guests that I have at my desk. I referenced them a little bit in my speech, but first wanted to recognize my mother, Sally. If you could stand up and just give everyone a wave. And then my older brother, Charles, is here. He goes by Cy. He's a 25-year Marine Corps veteran. And then my younger brother, Brian, who is the homicide detective, came in from Michigan. And with him, he has his girlfriend, Laura, who came from Michigan as well, and said it's actually nicer here weather-wise. And then, of course, many of you know my wife, Beta Yeager, and then she is here with her mother, my mother-in-law, Michi. So you all have heard enough from me, but I just wanted to let them know how much I appreciate them being here. We can't do this work without the behind-the-scenes support, and it comes, not just from your spouse, but from your parents, from your siblings, from your kids, your grandkids. And so thank you all for being here today. It really means a lot to me. And I'm now going to move on to others, and I tell you, we're going to get to everyone. Just stay tuned. So I think I'm going to try to finish the rest of this side of the room. So Assemblyman Miller, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure and an honor to be able to call you that. It's a pleasure and an honor to be able to call Assemblywoman, I'm not supposed to say her name from the floor, my colleague from Assembly District 1, one of the most amazing women I know, to be Speaker Pro Tem and Chair of Ways and Means. My colleague as Assistant Majority Leader. It's amazing to have such powerful people, women, men doing the work for the great state of Nevada. I have some amazing people with me. They happen to be my family. We're all related. And I am excited to have them all here. I'm going to start with my children. I have my beautiful daughter, Aspen. Stand up, baby. Yes. You see where she sits? Anything is possible. Anything is possible. She's a senior right now, and we are going into our greatness with this one. Yes. Then I have my son, Jordan. Somehow, I'm younger than him. He is studying right now to be a first responder, to be a nurse, a registered nurse. And so we are excited and happy about everything that you're doing. Yes. Then, yes, give him some love, y'all. Next, I have my beautiful forever Valentine, my wife, Aquilina. She arrived from Kenya. She stepped foot for the first time in the United States the day before election night. and she has been here. We've been rocking and rolling, and we just got married officially on the 7th of January. And last year, not last cycle, because we had the videos, we had to do the videos, we didn't have this. She popped up on the video, I had no idea. They had all worked behind my back to get her on the video, but I'm so blessed and honored to have you here with me today. Y'all give her a warm Home Means Nevada welcome. And then I'm gonna ask my parents to stand up. Let me start with my mom. Y'all, woo. This is Tanya. She has been in the casino industry as an executive for well over 40 years. There are few people who have been in the industry as long as she has. Few black women who have reached the level and heights that she has. She's opened some of the biggest properties in our state, and she's just always done whatever was necessary to sacrifice to make sure that I had the best of everything at all times. So, Mom, thank you. She's one of my biggest supporters. She's always there. I love you. Yes. And to my pops, this is Homer. So my name, if you know CH stands for Cameron Homer. This is the second Homer. His dad is Homer Miller. He's Homer Miller Jr. Pops, you have always been there for me as well. When I talk about how long she's been in the industry, he's been in the industry just as long. In fact, he is probably, we got to get it fact checked, but it's a good, solid record of all the people that he worked with at the time, that he was the first black to be in a leadership role on a casino floor in table games operations. So we're getting it confirmed and all of that. But when we talk about the barriers and the challenges, we talk about it being Black history, the barriers and the challenges that these two had to go through to provide a life that allowed me to find myself here in this chamber, being able to represent the constituents of Assembly District 7, but work for all of the people of Nevada. These are the shoulders, stand up, Mom. These are the shoulders that I stand on. These are the shoulders that are strong enough, that knew when they knew when to say what they needed to say, when they had to say it, knew how to be strong enough to not say things because it could mean life or death, and who knew how to make the right decisions to continue to provide an amazing life. So I stand here with 3 generations of my family, and I am just so excited about it. Thank you all. Thank you, Nevada.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're in tight quarters back here. I'm so honored to be here for the 3rd majority female legislature of the state of Nevada. First of all, I want to acknowledge the folks who are not here in support today. My 3 beautiful children, Isabel, Castile, and Rose Peters, are all dutifully in school today. They have spent a couple of other sessions in this body, in and out of our offices as we balance our life as parents and in this office of service. So miss them today, but glad that they're taking seriously their education. My mom, who spent 13 dutiful years serving the state of Nevada, she is on a cruise in Mexico out of the cold. And I'm more proud of her for taking care of herself than wishing she were here. My grandmother, who has had just a year of it in and out of the hospital, she was on the up and up and then fell and broke her wrist. So she is at home, and we miss her dearly. And then my sister, who has been uprooted and is wandering around the country trying to figure out her life. I miss her dearly, but I'm grateful she's taking care of herself as well. My boss, he took off for lunch with his kiddo, who's also serving in the legislature. I could not do this without him. Over the last 4 years, 5 years, if you include that 2018 run, without his support and partnership, I really would not be able to be here in this body, and I just want to extend my appreciation for him in ensuring that we have equitable representation in this body for people who are primary caregivers and the maternal person in their families. And then here with me today, I'm so grateful that my dad, Theo McCormick, is here. We have a long history of service in our family. My dad was on the school board in Lyon County for a few years. My brother Milo McCormick, he served on the Arts and Culture board here or commission here in Carson City. And my stepmom, Quest Lakes, who's been in my life since childhood, so she's really a second mother in my life. And she has done service throughout the state as well, primarily in rural communities and the art community. And then last but not least, my husband. Y'all, it doesn't get any easier when you're here longer. I could not be here without the support of this beautiful human being. Matt Peters is my greatest support. I couldn't be a career person. I couldn't have had 3 kids. I couldn't be here in this body without this person taking over so much of the sacrifice and responsibilities in our life. I don't think he hears it enough, and I certainly could do a better job of making sure I say it and acknowledge it enough, but thank you so much for all of what you do for us and what you've done for our country. I love you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations, and thank you to my nephew Teague, who might get introduced or might not. But thank you very much, and I just want to echo everybody's sentiment so far. As so many people have stated, we stand on the shoulders of giants. My colleague mentioned it so beautifully with his parents, and I also have the opportunity to mention my parents, both my father, who is not here today, but truly a role model for me, and I'm also going to put my sister in there too, for my sister, which is my mother, Clyda Anderson, who truly is a giant and not somebody to mess with, just saying. Thanks, Mom, for being here. My sister, older sister, Karen Lindloff, and my nephew, Teague Lindloff, who, again, all of them will make sure I do not get an ego, because boom, that's out. But finally, as many people have said, it does take a village to raise a child, but it also takes a community to elect us. And my family and my friends are truly the ones that have helped me get here, but also remind me what's really important. And so in the gallery, I have my cousin who's more like a brother, Ed Anderson, my older cousin who's more like another sister, Kelly Gardner, and her husband, Rick, RJ, Becca, and Whitney Gardner, who have all traveled from all over to come in, and then also a member of our family, Jenna Demise Main, as well as 4 incredibly close friends, Kimberly Smirkers, Bernice Cervillican, Amy and Joe Sembrano, my attaché, Justin Hobson, who will somehow or another keep me in track, and I don't know how that will happen. And then finally, it's a Washoe thing, but we take care of each other. Angie forgot some of her people. And so wanted to also introduce her Aunt Janet and Uncle Adrian, who have visited from Sacramento. So you now are members of my family, so congratulations. As well as Aileen Martin, who is Senator Bernice's daughter, who many of us know in other ways as well. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for the time.
Assemblywoman Mosca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very excited and humbled for the opportunity to serve alongside you. I'm really excited to be here today. I'm proud to be the first person in my family to graduate from college. I'm going to first have my dad, Eric Mosca, stand up. It's because this guy took a plane. Took a plane when he was 17 years old. He didn't know English from the Philippines. He came, and he was willing to do the work. He wanted to become a citizen. He waited so long and got here. I would not be here today if it were not for him. I'm also proud to be the first Filipina to ever serve in our legislature, and I thank him for giving me that opportunity. My mother, Carol Mosca, now stand.
My mom had me at a young age, but she was the one that proved you can always advocate for what's right, not just for yourself, but for others. She's the one that allows me to be the woman who I am today. Her mother also immigrated here from the Philippines, and I thank you for being here today. My husband has been in my life for 5 years. He's in his 18th year in the United States Air Force. We'll thank him for his service. I never thought that I was going to meet somebody who would be okay with my career, with my goals, and how much I wanted to give to this community, to our state, and to our country. And I found someone with the same values that I'm just so grateful for. Thank you for allowing me to leave our two family the next 119 days. And thank you for all you do to support me. Just a few more, thank you. And finally, this young woman here, I've known her since she was in the 8th grade at Von Tobel Middle School in East Las Vegas. I'm very proud to represent Assembly District 14. Nixie her family is from Guatemala. She's a first-generation American. She worked hard to become a first-generation college student at UNR, and I'm so proud she said yes to serve as my attaché. So come see us in room 4111. And with her, and like her, so many of our young people, go ahead, all of you stand. My work in the last 15 years in the community has been to support students like me to be the first in their family to go to college because of my parents, because of my husband. And so they're here today. Stand too. We have Haiti at UNR, Jesse at CSN, Taylor, a UNLV graduate. Jesse and Taylor were my campaign people. Thank you. Eddie at UNR, and our other 3 UNR, Juliana, Marinus, and Bernice. We thank you all because we know when they can be here, they can see it, they know they can do it. Thank you all, and I'm excited to serve alongside you.
Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you. I'm thrilled to be here today, serving my 3rd term representing Assembly District 22. I have been coming to this building since I was a small child when my own father served in the legislature. So I have wonderful memories of coming into this chamber and the Senate chamber. And every time I come in here, I'm always in awe and feel the reverence and the dignity of being able to serve here and to follow in his footsteps and in so many footsteps of those great servants before us. I want to introduce my family that's here today, my wonderful and supportive husband, Damon, my beautiful daughter, Kelsey, who many of you know, and our dear family friend, part of our family, Paul Anderson. These people are my North Star. They're my strength. They support me in all that I do, and I'm grateful to have them here with me. And then I wanted to acknowledge those that weren't able to come up this time but are watching online. My mom, Connie, she is the best campaigner in the whole world. She's been doing campaigns and running congressional offices her whole life. I think this year we counted, she made over 15,000 phone calls. So she's a pro. And I wish she could be here, but she didn't want to come up in the cold. But she says when it gets warmer, she'll be here. And then I wanted to also acknowledge my father, Mel Close. I'm so proud to be a legacy member of this assembly. He served as speaker in this chamber and also in the Senate for almost 20 years. I'm so proud to be his daughter and to be here and wish that he could be here. He is 88 years old now, and I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge him. And then to acknowledge my other daughter, Sydney, who also couldn't be here for many exciting reasons. She graduated from UNLV in December, and she also blessed us with our first little grandson. Benjamin Ryan was born on Thanksgiving Day, and he is just an absolute delight. If he were here today, oh my gosh, this tiny little guy, just the most precious, beautiful little boy. And I hope to have him up here as well. And it's true what they say, when you become a grandmother, there's nothing like it. When you hold that little baby and see the innocence and how pure they are and know where they came from, and it just makes an impact knowing that all the decisions we make influence that pure, innocent little mind. I am so proud to be a grandma and so grateful for the joy and love that he's brought into our family in just 8 weeks. And I can't wait for you all to meet him when he comes to visit as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Assemblyman DeLong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations on your decisive win as Speaker. Also, congratulations to everyone else on your victories, and looking forward to serving with you in the 82nd session. I'm proud to be representing District 26 in southern Washoe County. I'd like to introduce my wife, Julie McMillan. Please stand up. And our daughter, Patty McMillan. I wouldn't be here today without them. They were so supportive in my election run. It was a tough primary, but we made it through, which is great. And I look forward to their support in this session. Thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge some of my family members that couldn't be here. My father, who's 90, he's actually probably playing golf right now. And then I have 3 older daughters that may be watching online. We have some time zone issues. The oldest is in Pullman, Washington, works for the university up there. My middle daughter is a mechanical engineer with Boeing on the military side in Venice, Italy. And my youngest daughter works for Rowing New Zealand in Cambridge, New Zealand. So look forward to serving with all of you. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations. Many of you know that I served on Judiciary last session, and he was the chair, and that's my favorite committee. So thank you, and congratulations to you. I'm really happy to be here. This is really exciting. I didn't know it was going to be this emotional today. I've been weeping, there's tissue, but I'm going to make it through. I am very, very happy that I have my family here. For those of you who know me, you know I'm a pretty forthright person. You never have to guess. I try to be as forthright and honest as possible. And the tree that I fell from is my mom, Deborah Harris. She's here, came from California. She's a wonderful, smart woman who came from another wonderful, smart woman, her mother, who was Octavia Naomi Atofri, who immigrated from Arkansas in 1939 to California, who's an amazing woman who raised an amazing woman who raised me and 3 amazing daughters. My dad is here, Willie Coleman, migrated in the 40s from Mississippi to California and met my mom because she was real cute. And they had 4 girls. He's a minister and retired now. And I'm so proud of him. He can sing and play the organ. And if you come by and hear music, the reason why is because these folks are musical. And then I'd like to say my gratitude to my amazing husband, Carl Armstrong. He is the arm that gives me strength. He helps me get through all of this. He has always been an amazing supporter. 28 years of marriage. He's put up with a lot because I'm a hot mess. And he's a wonderful guy. And he raised my 3 sons. My oldest son, Brandon, is sitting here in the gallery. He is a wonderful, wonderful son. I couldn't ask for better. I love him so. My middle son, Dexter, is on a cruise, thank God, having some downtime. He's been working like a crazy man for the last couple of years, and I'm glad he's having some R&R. And our baby son, Kieran, who is a junior, thank you, I see that, at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles. He is studying film, and he is documenting all of this, so you will be seen somewhere. And finally, my baby sister, Janine Williams. No, Coleman Williams. She's the boss of the family. Even though she's the baby, she's the boss. She bosses us all around. I love her so much. She is so, yes, she does. She's so smart and strong, and I think I'm probably one of the luckiest women in the entire world to have this family who love me, and I love them back so much. And they are my strength, and I thank you. And I am excited to work with you all. We're going to have a lot of fun up here. You can always come by the office to get encouragements from my desk and snacks, because that's what Sunday school teachers do, as my mother taught me. And I finally like to say thank you to Adrienne Feemster Cobb, my attaché, who is going to hold it together for us in the office. So this is a wonderful opportunity for all of us, and I'm glad and excited for the work that we're going to do for our communities. Lastly, I'm wearing a State of Nevada pin, but under that I have a pin on for the historic West Las Vegas community that I represent. Some folks who have sent some amazing leaders to this house over the years, and I hope to do them proud. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Brown May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I recall, just last session, the very first time I rose and held this microphone in my hand, I was alone that day after being appointed, and you were on the podium as you are today. And I recall calling you then to Mr. Speaker. Had no idea that I would be honored to call you Mr. Speaker today. Congratulations to you and all of your efforts to bring us where we are today. I have somebody hiding, I think, in the back. I'm honored to be a part of this body and to each of the people that have helped us all get to where we are. About 8 years ago, when my husband agreed to sign up for that half marathon, which was the testament to whether or not our marriage was truly going to stand the test of the miles we were going to put on together. I don't think he truly knew what he was signing up for that day, and has since run many more marathons, although virtually through the campaign process, and has often chided that he is now in the midst of writing a book, How I Accidentally Married a Politician. Yes. So to my husband, Jeff May, I have to say thank you for all that you do to support me and our family. I certainly could not be here without you, and all of the things you continue to put up with. Yes, to that, our beautiful daughter, Randy May, who gives a good name to all that is journalism for all of her hard work and graduation from the J School at UNR, and now really working in the news media with us each day to help us tell the stories that are unbiased. How do we tell the truth in everything that we do? And to my biggest supporter, Ashley Cooper, who without, I could not be here, constituent, campaign volunteer, major worker, campaign volunteer rallier, general, amazing person to be around, and my coworker. And then I must call out to all of those who are not here with us, my mom and dad in Florida, who would be here had they been able to travel. And then my two kiddos who are not here, Rena, who is helping us to keep our kiddos in education. Thank you to my colleague. And then Alexander, my favorite Army reservist and military police officer. So to those of us who are keeping us safe, I thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Assemblyman Koenig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am here proud to represent District 38, along with my fellow assemblyman representing District 33. We are the two that represent the rurals. The rurals, for those of you who don't know, the empty space between here and Vegas, that's the rurals. You guys think of that as the middle of nowhere, but that's where our constituents live, and I'm willing and looking forward to standing up for and fighting and protecting the rights of those who live in the rurals. Today I have with me my wife, Tara, for over 30 years. We're at just about hitting 33 years now. My oldest daughter, Kennedy, and her husband, Andrew, and I could not do any of this without their support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there anybody else on this side of the dais who would like to be recognized? If you could raise. Assemblyman Ornlicker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. I'm David Ornlicker, Assembly District 20 on the great southeast side of Las Vegas. It's an honor to be here for my second term and an honor to serve with all of you, such amazing people, to hear your stories. And I know we're going to get a lot done because you're just here to do the right thing. And it's an honor to serve with you. It's an honor to have my family watching. They're either teaching political science or studying political science right now. My wife teaches Judy. My children, Cy and Shay, study in college now. The good news is, for the first time, I think ever, all of their spring breaks occur at the same time. So they will be able to come out and you get to meet them then. I wouldn't be here without them. They've been great supporters, great advisors. It really is terrific to have a political scientist as your spouse when you're trying to figure out and sort through difficult issues. So thank you, Judy. Thank you, Cy and Shay. And Laura, one of the other great things about being a legislator is all the great people you meet along the way. And I've had the privilege to meet Laura Austin from Minden, who's my legislative aide for the session. Thank you for being here.
Okay, last call for this side of the chamber. Anybody else? Okay, I think we've got most. We've got a few left over here on this side of the chamber, so I'll go next to Assemblywoman Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I thank you for being here today. This is not easy for any of us. We do miss our families. We do have a lot of differences that we need to come to together to make that path, to make Nevada even better. You know, we can't change everything, but we can make Nevada great, or even greater than it already is, and that's with all of our help. And this is my third session. My children were here the first session, and today I have my granddaughter, Valerie. She is a student at UNLV, and a special friend that I met this summer. His name is Caesar, and my attaché, Jocelyn. She just, it's her first time as well. So I want to give these people a round of applause because they are here to help me, and they will be here. They have been. And to everybody that's going to be here working together tirelessly, and we will make it happen. And congratulations.
Assemblyman Hibbets.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again, congratulations to you. I'm proud to know you. First, I'd like to recognize those that could not be here today, specifically my parents and my siblings who are watching online. Hi. More importantly, I would like to recognize my favorite constituent, someone that emigrated here as a child, didn't speak any English, taught herself English by watching TV, put herself through public school, through 2 bachelor's degrees, a master's degree, and a Juris Doctorate, Spent the last 10 years as a public defender with the Clark County Public Defender's Office, protecting the rights of the accused, and is now a chief deputy district attorney with the Clark County District Attorney's Office, protecting all of our rights. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce my wife, Tracy Hibbets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations. It is a pleasure to follow this journey with you. I am really, really proud of this glorious day that I get a chance to say congratulations. And to introduce you to two of my favorite people. One is Samantha Glover. Please, Samantha, stand up. I think you all remember Samantha. Samantha now is a senior at Davison Academy, and I am so proud that she is here with us. She sat on the floor during the State of the State with me, and now she's sitting on the floor again, and I am so proud of this young woman because in Nevada, we have great children in our community that one day will be sitting in these seats that we are occupying right now. And I believe Samantha will be one of those ones. So thank you, Samantha, for joining me today. And next is my baby boy. I am so proud of my baby boy. I don't know, right now I'm embarrassing him and I want to, because he embarrassed me this morning. But anyway, I'm so proud of my son. My son is also a proud, I am a proud parent of a child that was in CCSD throughout his entire school year. And now he works for Clark County IT. And he's, has went to, well, he decided that he was going to go to Arizona ASU, and he learned a lot of things there, and I'm proud of the fact that he came back home. And this is something that I think that a lot of us, when we have our children and they leave us, when they come back home, we are so grateful. So please stand up. Eric, this is my son, my baby boy. And as he once told me, he's known me for 32 years. So, 33, sorry. So, and the ones that couldn't be with me today is my daughter. She told me that she was going to watch online. She's actually back in Las Vegas. I have 4 grandchildren that I'm very, very proud of. No, I don't have 20, thank you very much. But I'm so proud of them. And I must mention, Edina is my daughter. I have Aiden, my granddaughter. I have, we call him Buzzy, but his name is William. And Madden and Gigi. And I'm so proud of the fact that they are second-generation Nevadans. And this is something that is so near and dear to my heart because education is something that this is the reason why I came and ran. And I'm proud of the fact that I am representing Assembly District 17 in beautiful North Las Vegas. And we have a lot to do. We owe it to our children to be able to put them forward as first. We have to invest in our kids. And if we don't invest in them, who will? And this is something that I came to this assembly to do, and I am proud of the fact that that's what I'm going to do. If I don't do it this time, I know that Assembly District 17 will vote for me again, and I will do it a 3rd time and a 4th time. However long it takes, We must make our kids number one. Invest in our children. It's important. Thank you.
Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to you and to all my colleagues. I look forward to serving with you all and working with you. I also have to say it feels very good to be convening and starting this session with a full chamber, including all of our guests, members of the press, and members of the public. I'd like to start by recognizing my family. Since I was first elected in 2018, we've had a couple of interesting starts to our sessions. Of course, last session, we were in the midst of the pandemic. And in 2019, we had to take a break so that we could try and get people out of here during a blizzard. And so I didn't have the chance to introduce my family members then. And I was joined by my mother, Diane Rundgren, my father, Howard Watts Jr., and my partner, Leora. And while they couldn't be here today, I wouldn't be here without all of the love and support that they have provided me. My dad is 2 weeks ago today, had knee replacement surgery and is doing really well. And I just really appreciate everything that they've done for me. I also did want to take a moment to recognize our staff. We'll do this often throughout the session, and I think it's appropriate that we start on day one. So I wanted to thank all of the staff of the legislature for all that you do. While our families make incredible sacrifices, this body wouldn't be able to operate without all of the help that you provide. And on that note, I am joined by my attaché, Dawson Frost. And I want to speak to the importance of leadership development as well, because Dawson actually served as my intern during the last session of the Nevada Legislature, an intern and now graduate of the University of Nevada, Reno, getting a proud rebel to say thank you, Wolfpack. And again, it just stands for the incredible promise that this body, that the legislature provides, that we can get folks that myself, first person in my family to graduate from college, now serving my third term in the legislature representing District 15, right in the heart of the Las Vegas Valley, to have my attaché from Fallon graduate UNR, now be in the halls of the legislature. And finally, I'd like to recognize my other guest today, Dulce Valencia. She's famous. She's famous, including in the building here. She was my first attaché during the 80th session of the legislature, but also was an intern of mine almost 10 years ago. And unfortunately, she's left us behind. She's in California, pursuing successfully, I might add, her goals in entertainment and the arts. But I'm extremely glad to have her back joining me and supporting me as we embark on another legislative session. She is proof that immigrants get the job done. So thank you. I hope you'll make them feel welcome. And thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker.
Naturally, I saved Assemblyman Urick for the last one, but I want to make sure that I didn't overlook anybody who wanted to speak. I think I got everybody, but Assemblyman Urick, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought you were going to do what I know our favorite elementary school teachers did, and that was reverse it and let us go first for once, but thank you. And I also want to offer you my sincere congratulations, my friend, on your election as Speaker of this amazing body. Congratulations to all of my esteemed colleagues here, so many of whom I've had the pleasure of meeting through our freshman orientation, and so many of whom I look forward to meeting throughout this session and, quite frankly, throughout this entire legislative cycle. Like you, I recognize that I would not be here today without the love, support, and encouragement of so many family and friends. I could go on and on about those that helped me through this entire process, but I'm going to keep it short because I am last. There's a few folks that are online that are watching right now, and I would like to acknowledge my mom, Terry, and my dad, Ted. I know are watching right now. My mom was a nurse, my dad a police officer, definitely instilled in me from an early age the value of serving other people, and I look forward to serving here and in serving the amazing constituents of Assembly District 19 and all of Nevadans. I also really want to acknowledge and thank my twin boys, Tyler and Trey, who spent many weekends and spring break coming home knocking on doors for Dad. So thank you, boys, for your support and your love and your help as well. And the two that I have with me here today one is my oldest son, TJ, Thaddeus Joseph Urick IV. TJ is here with me, a freshman also at, or a 1L, I should say, at UNLV Law School, like Dad did in the part-time night program. So thank you, TJ, for being here with me. And I will definitely try not to get emotional as I talk about the person that absolutely means the entire world to me. My best friend, biggest fan, hugest supporter is my amazing and beautiful wife, Carrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Are we ready for a recess? Yeah. Hold on. Let me check with our chief clerk first. Okay, just so everyone has a lay of the land, we are going to take a 15-minute recess, and a couple things to note. There is soup and salad in the caucus kitchen for members, and when we come back from recess, we're going to have about 45 minutes to an hour of business to do. Guests are certainly welcome to stay for that 45 minutes to an hour of business, but we take the recess to give you a chance to move on with the rest of your days, and if members can be back here in 15 minutes, because the sooner we get done, the sooner we can move on with the rest of the day and enjoy being with your family. So we will stand in recess for 15 minutes. The Assembly will come to order. Each of you should have on your desk a list of the standing committees along with the members I'm appointing to each committee. The first named member is the chair, and the second named member is the vice chair. The clerk will include the list of committees and members in today's journal. We'll go next to Order of Business 6, Communications.
Office of the Governor, February 3rd, 2023. The Honorable Nicole Canizaro, Majority Leader, Nevada State Senate 401 South Carson Street, Carson City, Nevada 89701. The Honorable Steve Yeager, Speaker, Nevada State Assembly 401 South Carson Street, Carson City, Nevada 89701. Dear Majority Leader Canizaro and Speaker Yeager, please find enclosed the text of my State of the State address to the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature. I was honored to join you both alongside your fellow legislators, Supreme Court justices, constitutional officers, and honored guests for this important evening for all Nevadans. I was proud to outline my plans to help move Nevada forward, which include historic investment in our education system, a gas tax holiday to help to ease financial burdens on Nevadans, pay increases for state employees, meaningful investments in mental health, and judicious savings for our future. As I said in my State of the State address, I look forward to working with you both to find common ground, and I appreciate your thoughtful consideration and deliberation over the coming months. My staff and I stand ready to work with you this session to find solutions to our most pressing challenges and to improve the quality of life for everyone who calls this Silver State home. Sincerely, Governor Joe Lombardo.
Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we go to Order of Business 8?
Order Business 8, Motions, Resolutions, and Notices. Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Governor's State of the State address be entered into this day's journal.
Without objection, it will be entered in today's journal. Order of Business 6, Communications.
Office of the Secretary of State, January 24, 2023. Susan Furlong, Chief Clerk of the Assembly, care of Lucinda Benjamin, History Clerk. Assembly Chief Clerk's Office, 401 South Carson Street, Suite 1206. That's the Senate. Carson City, Nevada 89701-4747. Dear Ms. Furlong, this letter is in acknowledgement of the return of the engrossed versions of Assembly bills and resolutions from the 81st session pursuant to your letter dated January 13, 2023. Assembly Bill 65 and Assembly Bill 368, both vetoed bills of the 81st session, along with AJR 1 and AJR 10 from the 81st session, remain in custody of the Chief Clerk's Office. If you have any questions, please contact me at 775-684-7126. Thank you. Respectfully, Francisco V. Aguilar, Secretary of State, by Heather Hardy, CAPS Program Officer 3. Carson City, Nevada, January 30th, 2023, to the honorable members of the Nevada State Senate and Assembly. Carson City is excited to welcome people from all corners of Nevada for the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature, and I want to extend our warmest welcome to you and your families. I sincerely hope that you enjoy your time with us. I have always appreciated the openness of our legislature, and we hope to extend the same in return. I understand the pressure and time constraints that come with every session, but my hope is that while you are here, you get the opportunity to enjoy all that Carson City has to offer. There are many new and improved dining, shopping, recreation, and entertainment opportunities to experience. Recently, several improvements have been completed to our parks and trails, including the Kings Canyon Trailhead, in addition to the 6,958 acres of open space that Carson City has for the enjoyment of the public. The city has also completed several street improvement projects, which include beautiful landscaping, walking, and bicycle paths, and improved business access. It is my hope that you can also join us on April 21 to the 23rd for the first annual Mark Twain Days to celebrate our rich history and one of Nevada's most famous former residents. I wish you all a productive and rewarding legislative session. As Mayor of Carson City and President of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities, my door is always open as we work together to build an even brighter future for Nevada. Again, I welcome you to Carson City and want to express my sincere gratitude for your work on behalf of our state. Sincerely, Lori Bagwell, Mayor of Carson City.
Order of Business 8, Motions, Resolutions, and Notices.
Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, adopting the joint standing rules of the Senate and Assembly for the 82nd session of the Legislature. Resolved that this resolution becomes effective upon adoption.
Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1.
Assemblywoman Howdigy has moved for the adoption of Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1. Remarks? Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution sets out the joint standing rules of the Senate and Assembly for the 82nd session of the Nevada State Legislature.
Are there any further remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries. The resolution is adopted and ordered immediately transmitted to the Senate.
Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 2, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, authorizing additional reimbursement for travel in certain circumstances. Resolved that this resolution becomes effective upon adoption. End of resolution.
Assemblywoman Howdegui.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 2.
Assemblywoman Howdegui has moved for the adoption of Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 2. Remarks? Assemblywoman Howdegui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution authorizes legislators who travel 50 miles or more between their residence and Carson City to apply for additional reimbursement to offset higher cost of travel.
Are there any further remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 2, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries. The resolution is adopted and ordered immediately transmitted to the Senate.
Assembly Resolution 1, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, adopting the standing rules of the Assembly for the 82nd session of the Legislature. Resolved that this resolution becomes effective upon adoption. End of resolution.
Assemblywoman Howdegui.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of Assembly Resolution Number 1.
Assemblywoman Howdegui has moved for the adoption of Assembly Resolution Number 1. Remarks? Assemblywoman Howdegui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assembly Resolution Number 1 contains the Assembly standing rules for the 82nd session.
Are there any further remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Assembly Resolution Number 1, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries. The resolution is adopted and ordered to enrollment.
Assembly Resolution Number 2, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, providing for the appointment of the Assembly attaches. Resolved that this resolution becomes effective upon adoption. End of resolution.
Assemblywoman Howdegui.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of Assembly Resolution Number 2.
Assemblywoman Howdegui has moved for the adoption of Assembly Resolution Number 2. Remarks? Assemblywoman Howdegui.
Mr. Speaker, Assembly Resolution Number 2 provides for the appointment of Assembly attaches for the 82nd session.
Are there any further remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Assembly Resolution Number 2, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. The resolution is adopted and ordered to enrollment.
Assembly Resolution 3, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, providing allowances to the leadership and other members of the Assembly for periodicals, stamp stationery, and communications. Resolved that this resolution becomes effective upon adoption. End of resolution.
Assemblywoman Howdegui.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of Assembly Resolution Number 3.
You've heard the motion. Remarks?
Assembly Resolution Number 3 provides allowances to members of the Assembly and leadership for periodicals, stamps, stationery, and communications for the 82nd session.
Are there any further remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Assembly Resolution Number 3, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries. The resolution is adopted and ordered to enrollment. Assemblywoman Howdegui.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the persons listed on the Nevada State Legislature's press accreditation list on February 6, 2023, be accepted as accredited press representatives, assigned space at the press table in the Assembly chamber, allowed the use of appropriate broadcasting facilities, and that the list be included in the Daily Journal.
You've heard the motion. Are there any further remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries.
Assembly Joint Resolution Number 1 of the 81st session, introduced by Assemblyman Titus et al., Senators Hardy et al., proposing to amend the Nevada Constitution to add and revise terms relating to persons with certain conditions for whose benefit certain public entities are supported by the state.
Assemblywoman Howdegui.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Assembly Joint Resolution Number 1 be referred to your Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections.
If there are no objections, Assembly Joint Resolution Number 1 of the 81st session is referred to the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections.
Assembly Joint Resolution 10 of the 81st session, introduced by Assemblyman Watts et al., Senators Harris et al., proposing to amend the ordinance of the Nevada Constitution and the Nevada Constitution to remove language authorizing the use of slavery and involuntary servitude as a criminal punishment. End of resolution.
Assemblywoman Howdigee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Assembly Joint Resolution Number 10 of the 81st session be referred to your Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections.
If there are no objections, Assembly Joint Resolution Number 10 of the 81st session is referred to the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections. We will go next to Order of Business 7, Messages from the Senate.
Senate Chamber, Carson City, February 6, 2023. To the Honorable the Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate and the state passed Senate Bill 1, Sherry L. Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary of the Senate.
We'll go next to Order of Business Number 9, Introduction, First Reading, and Reference of Bills.
Senate Bill 1, introduced by Senators Canizaro et al. An act making an appropriation to the Legislative Fund for the cost of the 82nd Legislative Session and providing other matters properly in thereto.
Assemblywoman Howdigee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we go to Order of Business 8?
Order of Business 8, Motions, Resolutions, and Notices.
Mr. Speaker.
Assemblywoman Howdigee.
Thank you. I move that all rules be suspended. Reading so far had considered first reading, rules further suspended, and Senate Bill 1 be declared an emergency measure under the Constitution and placed on third reading and final passage.
Assemblywoman Howdigee has moved that the rules be suspended, reading so far as considered first reading, and Senate Bill 1 be declared an emergency measure under the Constitution and placed on third reading and final passage. Remarks? Assemblywoman Howdigee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that funds the legislative session.
Are there any further remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. We'll go to Order of Business 12, General File and third reading.
Senate Bill 1, introduced by Senators Canizaro and Siebers-Gansert, an act making an appropriation to the Legislative Fund for the cost of the 82nd Legislative Session and providing other matters properly thereto. The people of the state of Nevada represented in Senate and Assembly to enact as follows: Section 1, end of Section 1, Section 2, end of Section 2, end of bill.
Are there any amendments to Section 1 of the bill or the bill as a whole?
There are none.
Remarks? Seeing none, the Chief Clerk will open the roll. Anyone wishing to change their vote? The Chief Clerk will record the vote. There are 42 ayes, 0 nays. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The bill is ordered immediately transmitted to the Senate. We're going to next move on to introduction of pre-filed measures. Members, you should have a list on your desk with pre-filed assembly bills. Our Chief Clerk is going to read those bills, and this generally takes about 30 minutes, and then we will move them to the appropriate committees.
Assembly Bill 1, introduced by the Committee on Revenue, an act relating to taxation authorizing certain counties to impose an additional local citizen use tax to fund the operation of a system of solid waste management and providing other measures properly thereto. Assembly Bill 2, introduced by the Committee on Growth and Infrastructure, an act relating to public safety authorizing certain vehicles used by a local governmental agency or owned or operated by a contractor thereof to be equipped with and use tail lamps that emit non-flashing blue light under certain circumstances and providing other measures properly thereto. Assembly Bill 3, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, an act relating to the State Permanent School Fund, reducing the frequency of financial reports of the State Permanent School Fund and providing other measures properly thereto. Assembly Bill 4, introduced by the Committee on Ways and Means, an act relating to education, revising provisions governing meetings of the Commission on School Funding, revising the membership of the Commission on Professional Standards in Education, and providing other measures properly thereto. Assembly Bill 5, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, an act relating to local financial administration requiring the Department of Taxation to contract for a study of certain unfunded mandates on local governments and providing other measures properly thereto. Assembly Bill 6, introduced by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act relating to healthcare, providing for the establishment of a healthcare cost growth benchmark for each year as a target for the maximum growth of total healthcare spending during that year, requiring certain state agencies to collaborate to develop and engage relevant persons and entities to implement strategies for meeting the healthcare cost growth benchmark, requiring certain insurers to report information relating to healthcare spending in the state, requiring the Director of the Department of Health and Human Services to publish an annual report concerning healthcare spending in the state, requiring the Patient Protection Commission within the Office of the Director to make certain recommendations concerning the healthcare cost growth benchmark, and hold an annual informational public hearing concerning healthcare spending in the state and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 7, introduced by the Committee on Health and Human Services and Acclimating to Healthcare, expanding immunity from certain liability for healthcare providers who use a health information exchange, requiring certain healthcare records to be created, authenticated, and stored on a computer system that meets certain requirements and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 8, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs and acclimating to Metropolitan Police Departments, revising the membership of a Metropolitan Police Committee on Fiscal Affairs to add one additional member from the participating public subdivision that is a county, making a member selected by the committee from the general public and non-voting member, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 9, introduced by the Committee on Health and Human Services and acclimating to behavioral health, authorizing a regional behavioral health policy board to employ certain staff, requiring the Division of Public and Behavioral Health of the Department of Health and Human Services to provide certain assistance to a regional behavioral health policy board, authorizing a regional behavioral health policy board to engage in certain activities, prescribing certain duties of a regional behavioral health policy board, requiring each mental health consortium to submit a long-term strategic plan to the respective regional behavioral health policy boards, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 10, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs and acclimating to tax increment areas, defining transportation and housing reinvestment zone, authorizing a governing body to designate by ordinance a transportation and housing reinvestment zone, and setting forth certain requirements for a transportation and housing reinvestment zone, establishing certain requirements for the allocation of property tax revenue in a transportation and housing reinvestment zone, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 11, introduced by the Committee on Health and Human Services and acclimating to Healthcare, prohibiting a hospital or psychiatric hospital from employing a physician under certain circumstances, providing penalties for a violation of such provision, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 12, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary and acclimating to courts, revising the required size of a jury for a criminal action tried by a jury in a justice court or municipal court, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 13, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs and acclimating to governmental administration, revising provisions governing the protections against reprisal or retaliatory action provided for a state officer or employee who discloses certain governmental action, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 14, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary and acclimating to business, revising provisions governing the state business portal, requiring the Secretary of State to provide for the integration with the state business portal of the applications of a state or local agency or health district for a license, certificate, registration permit, or similar type of authorization to conduct a business in the state, requiring with certain exceptions each state agency, local agency, and health district to comply with certain requirements relating to the state board's business portal, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 15, introduced by the Committee on Ways and Means and acclimating to district judges, prescribing the manner for increasing the annual base salary of district judges, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 16, introduced by the Committee on Ways and Means and acclimating to courts, prescribing the manner for increases in the annual base salary of the justices of the Nevada Supreme Court and the judges of the Nevada Court of Appeals, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 17, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary and acclimating to motor vehicles, removing the requirement that a person who is convicted of driving under the influence of alcohol or a controlled substance must dress in certain distinctive garb while performing community service ordered by a court, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 18, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs and acclimating to governmental administration, revising the definitions of certain terms related to the provision of information services to using agencies by the Division of Enterprise Information Technology Services and the Department of Administration, revising the composition of the division, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 19, introduced by the Committee on Natural Resources and acclimating to water, expanding the channel clearance, maintenance, restoration, surveying, and monumenting program to include tribal governments in the state, providing under certain circumstances that officers and employees of tribal governments are exempt from certain licensing requirements for state water rights surveyors, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 20, introduced by the Committee on Natural Resources and acclimating to water, making various changes to provisions relating to the account to finance the construction of treatment works and the implementation of pollution control projects, making various changes to provisions relating to the account for the revolving fund and the account for set-aside programs, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 21, introduced by the Committee on Commerce and Labor and acclimating to financial services, revising the powers and duties of the Commissioner of Financial Institutions with respect to licensure and regulation of persons engaged in the business of money transmission, exempting certain persons from provisions governing money transmission, revising the provisions relating to the issuance and renewal of licenses to engage in the business of money transmission, revising provisions relating to the confidentiality of certain records maintained by the Commissioner, imposing certain requirements and restrictions on applicants for licensees, authorized delegates, key individuals and persons seeking to acquire control of a license. E, setting forth certain requirements for transactions involving money transmission, revising provisions relating to the suspension, revocation, or denial or renewal of a license, providing penalties, and providing other matters properly in thereto. Assembly Bill 22, introduced by the Committee on Commerce and Labor, an act relating to contractors, revising provisions governing the actions of the State Contractors Board is authorized or required to take after issuance of a cease and desist order for unlicensed activity and providing other matters properly in thereto. Assembly Bill 23, introduced by the Committee on Commerce and Labor, an act relating to contractors authorizing a person who has issued a written administrative citation by the State Contractors Board to request an informal citation conference before the executive officer of the board, establishing requirements and procedures for such an informal citation conference, establishing procedures by which a person is authorized to contest a citation which has been affirmed or modified following such an informal conference, providing that the failure of a person to comply with the terms of a citation which has been affirmed or modified within a certain period of time constitutes cause for disciplinary action, and providing other matters properly in thereto. Assembly Bill 24, introduced by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act relating to emergency medical services, revising the membership of the Committee on Emergency Medical Services to add a member who is employed by or volunteers within an agency, organization, or other operator that provides emergency medical services on tribal land, and providing other matters properly in thereto. Assembly Bill 25, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary, an act relating to emergency care, revising the limitation on liability for certain persons who administer cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and providing other matters properly in thereto. Assembly Bill 26, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, an act relating to state purchasing, requiring a state entity that is purchasing an automobile to give preference to automobiles that will minimize long-term operating costs and greenhouse gas emissions, and providing other matters properly in thereto. Assembly Bill 27, introduced by the Committee on Commerce and Labor, an act relating to contractors, requiring a general building contractor who provides management and counseling services on a construction project to have an active license in each classification or subclassification required to be held by the prime contractor for the construction project, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 28, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, an act relating to the State Treasurer, establishing the Nevada Baby Bonds Program and the Nevada Baby Bonds Trust Fund, setting forth the duties and responsibilities of the State Treasurer in administering the program and trust fund, authorizing the State Treasurer to adopt regulations relating to the program, making an appropriation, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 29, introduced by the Committee on Commerce and Labor, an act relating to contractors, revising the grounds for disciplinary action against a licensed contractor by the State Contractors Board to include certain acts related to another person's application for a contractor's license, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 30, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, an act relating to peace officers, authorizing the employment as peace officers of persons who are legally authorized to work in the United States under federal law, prohibiting the Peace Officer Standards and Trading Commission from adopting certain regulations, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 31, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, an act relating to legal holidays, making Juneteenth Day a legal holiday in the state, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 32, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary, an act relating to criminal justice, revising the qualifications of the Executive Director of the Department of Sentencing Policy, revising provisions concerning the membership of the Nevada Sentencing Commission, revising provisions relating to risk and needs assessments administered to certain probationers and parolees, authorizing the Division of Parole and Probation of the Department of Public Safety to impose confinement in a jail or detention facility or place a person under a system of active electronic monitoring for technical violations of the condition of probation or parole, requiring the system of graduated sanctions adopted by the division to include guidance on the use of such confinement and electronic monitoring, revising the definition of technical violation as it term relates to violations of the conditions of probation or parole, revising provisions relating to the temporary and full revocation of probation, suspension of sentence or parole, supervision for technical violations of the conditions of probation or parole, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 33, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, and act relating to governmental financial administration, revising provisions governing the investment of money in the State Permanent School Fund, revising provisions governing the investment of money by certain governmental entities, revising provisions governing money transferred from the State Permanent School Fund to a corporation for public benefit to provide private equity funding to certain businesses, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 34, introduced by the Committee on Natural Resources, Services, and Act relating to water, revising various public notice requirements relating to water, revising certain requirements for maps relating to water rights, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 35, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary, and Act relating to corrections, requiring the Director of the Department of Corrections to adopt regulations authorizing an offender to possess, have in his or her custody or control, and use a telecommunications device for certain purposes, revising the definition of a telecommunications device to include certain tablets, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 36, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, and Act relating to veterans, adding certain members to the Interagency Council on Veterans Affairs, revising certain data submitted to the Council, removing a requirement that the Council develop and administer a fellowship program, revising the time period to which certain reports pertain, revising the duties of the Women's Veterans Advisory Committee, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 37, introduced by the Committee on Education, and Act relating to behavioral health, authorizing the establishment of the Behavioral Health Workforce Development Center of Nevada at one or more institutions within the Nevada system of higher education, prescribing the structure and duties of the center, authorizing the Board of Regents of the University of Nevada to accept, receive, invest, disperse, and account for money received for purposes related to the center, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 38, introduced by the Committee on Revenue, and Act relating to economic development, requiring any money remaining in the Workforce Innovations for a new Nevada account at the end of the fiscal year to be carried forward to the next fiscal year and not revert to the State General Fund, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 39, introduced by the Committee on Commerce and Labor, and Act relating to contractors, authorizing the State Contractors Board to adopt regulations establishing mandatory elements to be included in contracts for work concerning certain residential improvements, establishing certain requirements for such contracts and for residential contractors who enter into such contracts, making the failure to comply with those requirements a cause for disciplinary action, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 40, introduced by the Committee on Health and Human Services, and Act relating to food establishments, requiring an applicant for a permit to operate a food establishment to provide an electronic mail address for purposes of communicating certain notices, authorizing a health authority to furnish an electronic original of a food inspection report form, authorizing the service of certain written notices by a health authority to be provided electronically, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 41, introduced by the Committee on Revenue, and Act relating to economic development, establishing the Nevada Innovation Account, requiring the Executive Director of the Office of Economic Development within the Office of the Governor to establish certain programs to be funded from the account, establishing certain duties of the Executive Director regarding such programs, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 42, introduced by the Committee on Education, and Act relating to education, requiring annual reports of accountability for public schools to include information relating to requests for variances from prescribed maximum pupil-teacher ratios, making certain requirements relating to pupil-teacher ratios applicable to charter schools and university schools for profoundly gifted pupils, revising or prescribing the maximum pupil-teacher ratios for certain classes and grades, revising the procedure to request a variance from requirements concerning maximum pupil-teacher ratios, revising certain reporting requirements relating to pupil-teacher ratios, removing authorization from certain smaller school districts to comply with the alternative minimum pupil-teacher ratios, eliminating certain requirements relating to the distribution of money for the reduction of pupil-teacher ratios, requiring the development of certain guidance concerning the reduction of pupil-teacher ratios, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 43, introduced by the Committee on Education, and Act relating to emergency management, revising certain deadlines relating to school emergency operations plans, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 44, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, and Act relating to veterans, revising the titles of the Deputy Directors of the Department of Veteran Services, revising certain duties of the Director of the Department, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 45, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, and Act relating to healthcare, creating a program to repay the student education loans of certain providers of healthcare, prescribing the requirements to receive repayment of student education loans under the program, providing for the administration of the program, providing certain funding for the program, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 46, introduced by the Committee on Natural Resources, and Act relating to historical preservation, revising provisions relating to the responsibility for the installation, maintenance, and protection of historical markers, making various other changes related to the State Historical Marker Registry, providing a penalty, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 47, introduced by the Committee on Growth and Infrastructure, and Act relating to off-highway vehicles, revising provisions governing public trails for the operation of off-highway vehicles and providing other measures properly thereto. Assembly Bill 48, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary, and relating to privileges, revising provisions relating to the privilege for communication between a victim of certain crimes and a victim's advocate, and providing other measures properly thereto. Assembly Bill 49, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary, and relating to criminal procedure, prescribing separate forms for certain post-conviction petitions for writ of habeas corpus, revising various provisions relating to post-conviction petitions for writ of habeas corpus, eliminating the requirement that the respondent to a post-conviction petition for writ of habeas corpus file a return with the court, revising provisions relating to the petition for a hearing to establish the factual innocence of a person, and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 50, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary, and relating to crimes, revising provisions relating to the prosecution of certain crimes and providing other measures properly thereto. Assembly Bill 51, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary, and relating to public safety, revising the period for the mandatory arrest of a person suspected of committing certain crimes against certain persons, revising the list of acts that constitute domestic violence when committed against certain persons, authorizing a court to include in certain orders for protection of provision, authorizing the recording of certain communications, revising the penalties for the commission of certain crimes in violation of certain orders for protection, prohibiting a court from granting probation to or suspending the sentence of a person charged with committing a battery which constitutes domestic violence under certain circumstances, and providing other measures properly thereto. Assembly Bill 52, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs, and relating to governmental administration, revising provisions relating to the determination of a quorum of a public body and the number of votes necessary for a public body to take action, clarifying the applicability of the open meeting law to certain gatherings of the members of a public body, revising the notice requirements for certain meetings of a public body, revising provisions relating to abstaining from voting by a member of a public body for certain conflicts of interest, creating exceptions in the open meeting law for certain committees that prepare arguments relating to ballot measures, clarifying the applicability of the open meeting law to certain foundations and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 53, introduced by the Committee on Revenue, and relating to tobacco products, revising penalties for sales of certain tobacco products to persons under 21 years of age and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 54, introduced by the Committee on Education, and relating to education, revising provisions governing the compulsory school attendance of certain children, revising the contents required in certain annual reports of accountability of schools and school districts, revising provisions governing the reimbursement of certain hospitals and other facilities for providing educational services to children in their care, revising provisions governing the counting of pupils for purposes of calculating apportionment, requiring written evidence by a qualified physician, mental health professional, or behavioral health professional to excuse a child from enrollment in or attendance at school under certain circumstances, requiring a child who has taken a high school equivalency assessment to attend school until receipt of notice of successful completion of the assessment, requiring a county advisory board to review school attendance to reflect the ethnic and geographic diversity of the county, revising provisions governing the absences of pupils, revising provisions governing habitual truancy, authorizing certain written notices and other documents to be made electronically, requiring a school to take certain actions relating to a truant pupil, imposing certain duties relating to chronic absenteeism on the Board of Trustees of a school district and the Department of Education, repealing certain provisions excusing attendance for certain children, and providing other measures properly in there too. Assembly Bill 55, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary, and to unclaimed property, revising provisions of the Uniform Unclaimed Property Act, and providing other measures properly in there too. Assembly Bill 56, introduced by the Committee on Growth and Infrastructure, and relating to vehicles, authorizing certain vehicles to drive on the paved shoulder of a highway under certain circumstances, revising provisions governing the exit required of a driver of a vehicle upon the immediate approach of certain emergency or official vehicles, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 57, introduced by the Committee on Growth and Infrastructure, and relating to motor vehicles, revising provisions relating to a lien on a motor vehicle, revising the date by which the Director of the Department of Public Safety is required to submit certain reports concerning garages, garage operators, and body shops, repealing provisions relating to special license plates issued to honorary consuls of foreign countries, and providing other measures properly in there too. Assembly Bill 58, introduced by the Committee on Ways and Means and relating to Economic Development, providing that money remaining in the Nevada Air Service Development Fund does not revert to the State General Fund at the end of the fiscal year, making an appropriation to the Nevada Air Service Development Fund, and providing other measures properly in there too. Assembly Bill 59, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs and relating to the Office of the Secretary of State, authorizing certain employees of the Office of the Secretary of State and the spouse, domestic partner, or minor child thereof to request that certain personal information be kept in confidential manner, authorizing such persons to request that the Department of Motor Vehicles display an alternate address on his or her driver's license, commercial driver's license, or identification card, and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 60, introduced by the Committee on Government Affairs and relating to local improvements, revising the process for the governing body of a municipality to provide notice of the annual assessment roll for a neighborhood improvement project and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 61, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections and relating to city elections, revising under certain circumstances the deadline for the governing body of a city to canvass and transmit the election returns from a city election and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 62, introduced by the Committee on Revenue and relating to taxation, revising the qualifications for obtaining the exemption from taxation for certain property used for housing and related facilities for persons with low incomes, revising the qualifications for obtaining the exemption from taxation for certain property used for housing and related facilities for elderly persons or persons with disabilities, making legislative findings and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 63, introduced by the Committee on Growth and Infrastructure and relating to Public Safety, requiring the Director of the Department of Transportation and the Director of the Department of Public Safety to review, study, and prepare reports regarding certain issues that affect certain segment of Interstate 80 in the state and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 64, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections and relating to elections, revising provisions relating to civil penalties for certain violations relating to campaign finance reports and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 65, introduced by the Committee on Education and relating to education, revising provisions relating to reports regarding the investigations into incidents of discrimination based on race, bullying, and cyberbullying, revising provisions governing the approval of work-based learning programs, revising provisions governing performance evaluations of certain post-probationary teachers and administrators, revising provisions governing the placement of children in certain early grades, revising provisions relating to discipline in public schools, and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 66, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections and relating to ethics in government, making various changes relating to the provisions governing ethics in government and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 67, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary and relating to securities, creating the fund for the compensation of victims of securities fraud and prescribing the use of money in the fund, authorizing certain persons to whom court orders restitution to apply for compensation from the fund, requiring the administrator of the Securities Division of the Office of Secretary of State to review applications for and award compensation from the fund, making confidential certain information, requiring the division to adopt regulations relating to the administration of the fund, requiring the administrator to submit to the legislature a biennial report concerning the fund, requiring a person to receive compensation from the fund to reimburse the state for such compensation under certain circumstances, revising provisions governing the deposit of certain money received by the administrator, and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 68, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary and relating to Juvenile Justice, revising the manner in which the assessment imposed on certain counties for the operation of a regional facility for the treatment and rehabilitation of children is calculated, and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 69, introduced by the... I'm not sure. Assembly Bill 69. Move on. Assembly Bill 69, and relating to behavioral health, making certain providers of behavioral health care eligible to participate in the program of loan repayment administered by the Nevada Health Service Corps, making an appropriation and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 70, introduced by the Committee on Natural Resources and relating to wildlife, revising provisions relating to the authorized uses of certain fees for processing for each application for a game tag and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 71, introduced by the Committee on Natural Resources and relating to environmental justice, requiring the Division of Environmental Protection of the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources to conduct an interim study concerning environmental justice and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 72, introduced by the Committee on Education and relating to education, creating the Advisory Committee on the Safety and Well-being of Teachers and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 73, introduced by the Committee on Education and relating to education, establishing the right of public school pupils to wear traditional tribal regalia and recognized objects of religious or cultural significance at school graduation ceremonies and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 74, introduced by the Committee on Education and relating to higher education, authorizing the Board of Regents of the University of Nevada to enter into an agreement to affiliate with a public or private entity for certain purposes and providing other matters appropriately relating thereto. Assembly Bill 75, introduced by Assemblyman Yeager, an act relating to securities, defining Nevada certified investor, authorizing the administrator of the Securities Division of the Office of Secretary of State, who is the Deputy of Securities, to adopt certain regulations in consultation with the Office of Economic Development, providing for an exemption from certain requirements concerning the registration of securities for certain transactions involving an offer to sell or sale of a security by certain issuers who are residents of the state to a Nevada certified investor and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 76, introduced by Assemblyman Yeager, and act relating to civil actions, increasing the maximum amount recoverable as costs for the reasonable fees of certain expert witnesses and providing other matters properly thereto. Assembly Bill 77, introduced by Assemblyman Yeager, and act relating to economic development, creating the Office of Entrepreneurship within the Office of Economic Development, setting forth the powers and duties of the Office of Entrepreneurship, providing for the records, files, and communications of the Office of Economic Development are confidential, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 78, introduced by Assemblywoman Brown May, and act relating to nursing, providing that certain persons who provide jobs and day training services are not required to be licensed as nurses, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 79, introduced by Assemblywoman Brown May, and act relating to state personnel system, revising provisions governing the temporary limited appointment of persons with disabilities by certain state agencies, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 80, introduced by Assemblyman Watts and Duran, Senator Donati, and act making an appropriation for the relocation of the National Atomic Testing Museum in Las Vegas, Nevada, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 81, introduced by Assemblyman Hafen, and act relating to crimes, authorizing a person who holds a permit to carry a concealed firearm to possess a handgun in a motor vehicle that is on the property of the Nevada system of higher education or a private or public school or child care facility in certain circumstances, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 82, introduced by Assemblywoman Laska, and act relating to days of observance, requiring the governor to annually proclaim the Saturday immediately preceding the last Saturday in October as World Esports Day in the state, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 83, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary, and act relating to sentencing, authorizing the modification of a sentence of certain prisoners released on parole under certain circumstances, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 84, introduced by the Committee on Natural Resources, and act relating to state lands, requiring the Division of State Parks of the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources to issue free of charge an annual permit for entering, camping, and boating in all state parks and recreational areas to members of certain Indian tribes under certain circumstances, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 85, introduced by Assemblyman Orentlecker, and act relating to healthcare, creating the Independent Commission on Rates for Healthcare Services, establishing procedures for fixing the rates charged by hospitals, independent centers for emergency medical care, and surgical centers for ambulatory patients for certain goods and services, authorizing the imposition of a civil penalty and initiation of disciplinary action against such a facility that fails to comply with the provisions concerning fixed rate fixing, creating certain causes of action to enforce those provisions, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 86, introduced by Assemblywoman Hardy, and act relating to animals, revising provisions relating to animal cruelty, providing a penalty, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 87, introduced by Assemblywoman Hardy, and act relating to animals, revising provisions governing the access of animals to certain places, requiring a place of public accommodation, a common carrier, a common motor carrier, passengers, or other means of public conveyance or transportation to post a sign, providing certain information to patrons or passengers concerning such access, providing civil penalties, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 88, introduced by Assemblyman Hafen, and act relating to elections, requiring with certain exceptions proof of identity for voting in person, requiring the Department of Motor Vehicles under certain circumstances to issue identification cards at no charge, requiring a voter to include certain personal identifying information with his or her mail ballot, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 89, introduced by Assemblyman O'Neill et al., and act relating to public works, requiring contractors and subcontractors on a public work to use the federal E-Verify employment verification system to verify eligibility for employment for all workers on the public work, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 90, introduced by Assemblyman Gurr, and act relating to water, revising provisions governing an application for a temporary change relating to water already appropriated, revising certain fees collected by the state engineer, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Assembly Bill 91, introduced by Assemblyman DeLong, an act relating to water, revising provisions relating to sinking or boring certain wells for water already appropriated and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 92, introduced by Assemblyman Koenig, an act relating to counties authorizing the Board of County Commissioners to create by ordinance the Office of County Council, providing for the appointment of a county council, establishing the qualifications of a county council, authorizing a county council to appoint deputies and certain other staff, setting forth the powers and duties of a county council, revising the responsibilities of the district attorney when the Office of County Council is created, and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 93, introduced by the Committee on Growth and Infrastructure, an act relating to traffic laws authorizing a local authority to authorize the installation and use of an automated traffic enforcement system to enforce certain provisions of law, requiring a peace officer of a traffic enforcement agency having jurisdiction over the location of an automated traffic enforcement system to review certain evidence detected by an automated traffic enforcement system before a citation is issued, establishing requirements relating to the issuance of a civil infraction citation based on evidence detected by an automated traffic enforcement system, creating a rebuttable presumption that the registered owner of a vehicle is driver of the vehicle at the time of violation is detected by an automated traffic enforcement system, and providing other measures properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 94, introduced by Assemblywoman Dickman, an act relating to governmental administration, prohibiting a state agency, county, city, or town from using personnel or financial resources to enforce or administer certain federal laws that restrict or prohibit the sale, purchase, transfer, manufacture, or display of firearms, firearm accessories, ammunition, or knives, and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 95, introduced by Assemblyman Ortlicker, an act relating to public office requiring with certain exceptions candidates to submit petitions of candidacy, setting forth requirements for county and city clerks to verify petitions of candidacy, authorizing a candidate or public officer to use campaign contributions to pay for expenses related to circulating a petition of candidacy and certain expenses relating to caregiving services, requiring that expenses related to caregiving services be reported on campaign finance reports, providing penalties, and providing other matters properly laid there too. Assembly Bill 96, introduced by Assemblywoman Dickman, an act relating to confidential information, authorizing a peace officer or a retired peace officer to obtain a court order, requiring a county recorder to maintain certain personal information in a confidential manner, and providing other matters properly laid there too. Assembly Bill 97, introduced by Assemblywoman Hardy, an act relating to government administration, providing that governmental entities shall not prohibit the use of certain refrigerants, and providing other matters properly laid there too. Assembly Bill 98, introduced by Assemblyman Wynn, an act relating to economic development, revising the name of the Governor's Workforce Investment Board to the Governor's Workforce Development Board, revising the membership and duties of the board, revising provisions relating to the industry sector councils, and providing other matters properly laid there too. Assembly Bill 99, introduced by Assemblywoman Brown May, an act relating to Medicaid, requiring the Director of the Department of Health and Human Services to take any action necessary to increase certain federally approved rates under certain circumstances, providing for the annual consideration of cost of living increases to rates of reimbursement under Medicaid, and providing other matters properly laid there too. Assembly Bill 100, introduced by Assemblywoman Brown May, an act relating to caregivers, requiring the Department of Health and Human Services to develop and implement a pilot program to administer certain assessments to family caregivers, directing the department to conduct certain studies relating to caregivers, and providing other matters properly laid there too. Assembly Bill 101, introduced by Assemblywoman Gonzalez, an act relating to criminal procedure, requiring each office of a prosecuting attorney to maintain certain records relating to certain informants, requiring a prosecuting attorney to make certain disclosures to the defendant relating to informants, requiring a court to instruct jurors to consider certain information relating to informants, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 102, introduced by Assemblyman Watt, Senator Scheibel, an act relating to wildlife, prohibiting a person from organizing, sponsoring, promoting, conducting, or participating in any type of a competition in which certain animals are taken for prizes or other inducements, providing penalties, and providing other matters properly in there too. Assembly Bill 103, introduced by Assemblywoman Dickman, Senator Titus, an act relating to emergency management, requiring a state of emergency or declaration of disaster proclaimed by the governor to terminate after 60 days unless the legislature expressly approves a continuance of the emergency or disaster, prohibiting the governor from proclaiming the existence of a state of emergency or declaration of disaster due to the same occurrence or threatened occurrence as that of an emergency or disaster which has terminated unless the legislature expressly approves the proclamation, prohibiting the exercise of certain powers by the governor without the express approval of the legislative commission or the legislator. Legislature and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 104, introduced by Assemblyman Tickman and O'Neill. An act relating to legislative measures authorizing a city that is incorporated by special charter to have one additional legislative measure for the purpose of amending its city charter and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 105, introduced by Assemblyman Watts. An act relating to property authorizing a broadband service provider to access and use certain easements, public rights of way, and other property rights and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 106, introduced by Assemblywoman Gallant. An act relating to contractors increasing the value of work a licensed contractor may perform for which the contractor does not have a license in the applicable classification or subclassification, authorizing under certain circumstances the State Contractors Board to annually adjust the value of work for which a licensed contractor may perform and not have a license in the applicable classification or subclassification, and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 107, introduced by the Committee on Commerce and Labor. An act relating to pharmacy and requiring a pharmacist who is employed by an off-site pharmaceutical service provider and provides certain services to a hospital or correctional institution in the state to be registered to practice pharmacy in the state, revising provisions governing certain pharmacies located outside the state, and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 108, introduced by the Committee on Commerce and Labor. An act relating to nursing, enacting and entering into the Nurse Licensure Compact and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 109, introduced by Assemblyman LaRue Hatch et al. An act relating to conservation, establishing the Soil Health Advisory Board, creating the Healthy Soils Initiative, setting forth the powers and duties of the State Conservation Commission relating to the Healthy Soils Initiative, establishing the Fund for Soil Health, declaring certain information obtained by the Commission to be confidential, making an appropriation to the State Conservation Commission for administering the Healthy Soils Initiative, and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 110, introduced by the Committee on Commerce and Labor. An act relating to pharmacy, authorizing a manufacturer or wholesaler to dispense a dialysate drug or deliver a device used to perform dialysis at a residence to certain persons and entities, providing a penalty and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 111, introduced by Assemblywoman Gallant. An act relating to common interest communities, prohibiting a unit owners association or a unit owner who rents or leases his or her unit from imposing certain restrictions on the display of religious items and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 112, introduced by the Committee on Growth and Infrastructure. An act relating to creating the Wildlife Crossings account in the State General Fund, requiring the Director of the Department of Transportation to administer the account, requiring the Department of Transportation in consultation with the Department of Wildlife to develop and publish an inventory and list of certain projects relating to wildlife crossings, requiring the Director of the Department of Transportation to review the standards and specifications for the design and construction of highways in the state to determine the standards and specifications necessary for incorporating wildlife crossings and related highway features into highways of the state, authorizing the Director of the Department of Transportation to adopt regulations requiring the State Board of Finance to issue general obligation bonds to implement projects relating to wildlife crossings and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 113, introduced by Assemblywoman Thomas. An act relating to children, creating the Office of Early Childhood Systems within the Office of the Governor, prescribing the powers of the Office of Early Childhood System, making an appropriation and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 114, introduced by Assemblywoman Thomas. Senator Wynn. An act relating to children, revising the membership of the Nevada Early Childhood Advisory Council, defining the term early childhood program for the purposes of the duties of the council and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 115, introduced by Assemblyman Ortlicker. An act relating to substance use disorders, authorizing the establishment of a program for the prevention of overdoses and disease under certain circumstances, requiring the operator of such a program to report certain information to the Health Authority, the Board of County Commissioners, and the State Board of Health, providing for the confidentiality of certain information concerning such a program, exempting operators, employees, volunteers, and participants of such a program from certain penalties and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 116, introduced by Assemblywoman Brown May. An act relating to healthcare, requiring certain providers of healthcare or other services and midwives to provide current evidence-based information concerning Down syndrome to a person under certain circumstances, requiring certain providers of healthcare or other services and midwives to make certain referrals and providing other matters properly laid thereto. Assembly Bill 117, introduced by Assemblywoman Howdigate. An act relating to public safety, requiring the Investigation Division of the Department of Public Safety to investigate domestic terror activity, defining domestic terror activity to include certain offenses, creating the Anti-Domestic Terrorism Assistance Account in the State General Fund to award grants to support state and local programs to counter domestic terror activity, authorizing counties to cooperate with intelligence centers, making appropriation, and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 118, introduced by Assemblyman Watts, Senator Doniati, an act relating to higher education, revising the term length and membership of the Board of Regents of the University of Nevada, revising the length of terms for members of the Board of Regents and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 119, introduced by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act relating to adult maltreatment, creating the Vulnerable Adult Fatality Review Committee, providing for the review of deaths resulting from or relating to adult maltreatment, requiring the committee to perform certain other duties relating to the investigation and prevention of adult maltreatment, providing access to the committee to certain documents and providing other measures appropriately thereto. Assembly Bill 120, introduced by Assemblyman Hafen, an act relating to healthcare, eliminating certain restrictions on the provision of voluntary healthcare service and providing other measures appropriately thereto. And Assembly Bill 69, it was education that introduced that bill. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Howdegee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Assembly Bills 1 through 120 be referred to your committees as listed on the pre-filed Assembly Bills of the 82nd session, dated February 6, 2023, of which all members have a copy of on their desk.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. Assembly Bills 1 through 120 are referred to the committees shown on the list of pre-filed Assembly Bills of the 82nd session, dated February 6, 2023. We're going to go next to Order of Business 14, Vetoed Bills and Special Orders of the Day.
Assembly Bill 65, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections, and act relating to ethics in government, making various changes relating to the provisions governing ethics in government, enacting the Nevada Legislative Ethics Law, providing penalties, and providing other measures properly thereto. Office of Governor Steve Sisolak, June 11, 2021. The Honorable Barbara K. Sagaski, Secretary of State, 101 North Carson Street, Suite 3, Carson City, Nevada, 89701, Re-Assembly Bill 65 of the 81st Legislative Session. Dear Secretary Sagaski, I am forwarding to you for filing within the time limit set forth in the Nevada Constitution and without my approval, Assembly Bill 65, AB 65, which is titled as follows: an act relating to ethics in government, making various changes relating to the provisions governing ethics in government, enacting the Nevada Legislative Ethics Law, providing penalties, and providing other measures properly thereto. I want to be very clear that I support the majority of sections of this bill, many of which relate to streamlining the Ethics Commission's processes and clarifying its powers and duties. However, near the conclusion of the 81st Legislative Session, Amendment 777 was adopted, which effectively converted AB 65 from a mostly housekeeping measure into a significant policy change, creating new legislative ethics commissions within the legislative branch. I understand and respect that under the Nevada Constitution, each house of the legislature has exclusive authority to discipline its members for conduct related to core legislative functions. See Nevada Constitution, Article 4, Section 6. However, as the Nevada Supreme Court has held, the Ethics Commission can, and it currently does, exercise jurisdiction over legislators with respect to conduct that is not related to core legislative functions. Commission on Ethics versus Hardy, 125, Nevada, 285, 296, 212, Pacific 3rd, 1098, 1106, 2009. Examples of such conduct include the use of governmental time or property for personal purposes, bidding on or entering into governmental contracts, or accepting an honorarium. It add and 9. AB 65, as amended by Amendment 777, would create 3 new ethics commissions within the legislative branch, one for the Senate, one for the Assembly, and a joint commission to address ethics complaints against legislative staff. These commissions would investigate, hear, and decide ethics issues arising from complaints against their colleagues in their respective houses, and also complaints against staff. The Ethics Commission, an existing independent body, is already funded and has the responsibility to address complaints of these types against public officials and employees. Having a single body handle these issues helps ensure uniformity and fairness in the application of the state's ethics laws. Nevada previously had separate ethics commissions for the legislative and executive branches. However, these separate commissions were abolished in 1985 and consolidated into the existing Ethics Commission. C, Senate Bill 345 of the 63rd session, 1985. One of the reasons for doing so was that the commissions had not been adequately funded and had taken only negligible action. See minutes of the Senate Committee on Finance, May 20, 1985. Nevadans hold their public officials in high ethical standards, and they rightly expect that those standards will be effectively and efficiently enforced, particularly in light of the fact that the separate legislative and executive ethics commissions were consolidated more than 30 years ago. I firmly believe that a more robust examination of the costs and benefits of returning to that structure should be conducted. For these reasons, I veto this bill and return it without my signature or approval. Respectfully submitted, Governor Steve Sisolak, State of Nevada.
Assemblywoman Howdiggy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that no further consideration be given to Assembly Bill 65 of the 81st session.
Assemblywoman Howdiggy has moved no further consideration of Assembly Bill 65 of the 81st session. Any remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Assembly Bill 368 of the 81st Legislative Session, introduced by Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson, an act relating to improvement districts supervising the projects authorized to be financed within a tourism improvement district, eliminating the authority to create a tourism improvement district in certain smaller counties, revising the reporting requirements for the Department of Taxation related to tourism improvement districts, eliminating the authority to pledge certain proceeds of finance certain projects for the promotion of economic development and tourism in a local improvement district and providing other measures properly thereto. Office of Governor Steve Sisolak, June 10, 2021, to the Honorable Barbara K. Sagaski, Secretary of State, 101 North Carson Street, Suite 3, Carson City, Nevada, 89701, Re-Assembly Bill 368 of the 81st Legislative Session. Dear Secretary Sagaski, I am forwarding to you for filing within the time limit set forth in the Nevada Constitution and without my approval, Assembly Bill 368, AB 368, which is titled as follows: an act relating to improvement districts, revising the projects authorized to be financed within a tourism improvement district, eliminating the authority to create a tourism improvement district in certain smaller counties, revising the reporting requirements for the Department of Taxation related to tourism improvement districts, eliminating the authority to pledge certain proceeds to finance certain projects for the promotion of economic development and tourism in a local improvement district, and providing other measures properly thereto. AB 368 would require additional reporting on taxes collected from businesses within tourism improvement districts. Improved reporting is a laudable goal, which I totally support. However, AB 368 would also prohibit all cities and counties outside of Cook County from creating tourism improvement districts after July 1, 2021. Tourism improvement districts, TIDs, are currently used to help these smaller counties and municipalities finance projects suitable for retail, tourism, or entertainment. These projects include infrastructure and improvements such as flood control, streets, parking, utilities like electrical and natural gas, and fire protection. See NRS 271A.050. These projects are designed and intended to attract more businesses to Nevada and in turn create more jobs for our residents. Nevada was hit especially hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, resulting in business closures and thousands of people losing their jobs. My office and all members of the legislature have worked very hard to build Nevada back up and get people back to work. However, AB 368 is contrary to the goals of restarting our economy, improving our infrastructure, and creating jobs. When many Nevadans are still struggling, now is not the time to remove any of the tools that local governments can use to encourage and generate economic development. For these reasons, I veto this bill and return it without my signature or approval. Respectfully submitted, Governor Steve Sisolak, State of Nevada.
Assemblywoman Howdiggy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that no further consideration be given to Assembly Bill 368 of the 81st session.
Assemblywoman Howdiggy has moved no further consideration of Assembly Bill 368 of the 81st session. Any remarks? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. Order of Business 7.
Senate Chamber, Carson City, February 6, 2023. To the Honorable the Assembly, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Senate on this day adopted Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1, Sherry Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary of the Senate.
Okay, we'll go back to Order of Business 15, remarks from the floor. Does anybody have any additional remarks under Order of Business 15? I see Assemblyman O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Normally, I wouldn't keep the body here this long, but it is an important day. Not only are we starting the 82nd session of our Nevada Legislature, but I'd also like to say and stand before you today to commemorate the 112th birthday of a great American, President Ronald Reagan. As we prepare the 82nd legislative session, let us take a moment to reflect upon the life and legacy of one of our nation's most beloved leaders. President Reagan was a visionary who believed in the American people and the American dream. He saw America as a shining city upon a hill, a beacon of hope, of freedom for all nations, a beacon, more precisely, of individual liberty, free from overreaching government control. Under his leadership, the United States experienced a time of economic growth, military strength, and global peace. One of President Reagan's most enduring legacies is his commitment to individual freedom and limited government. He believed that the role of government was to protect the rights of citizens, not to dictate their lives. He famously said, "Government is not the solution to our problems. Government is the problem." As we prepare to take on the role of legislators, as lawmakers, let us consider that less might be more. Let us consider that the best way to uplift our fellow Nevadans might be to step aside and remove the barriers that government has placed in their way. Let us put Nevada back in business by protecting the rights and freedoms of the entrepreneur and the business owner, and by ensuring that taxpayer dollars are spent responsibly and with the strictest oversight, just as President Reagan did for our nation. President Reagan also left an indelible mark on the world stage. He challenged the Soviet Union to tear down the wall that divided an already war-torn nation and brought an end to the Cold War. He spoke with clarity and conviction and inspired millions with his timeless message of hope and freedom. Today, we find ourselves in a time of fear and paranoia in international affairs. Stories of foreign spy balloons and a new and terrible European war dominate the news cycle. As Americans, let us be grateful that our nation enjoys peace. As state lawmakers, let us focus on the things we can do to help Nevadans enjoy the fruits of peace, prosperity, public safety, education, and the rule of law in our state. In conclusion, we celebrate the birthday of President Ronald Reagan. Let us remember the values and principles that he stood for. Let us be inspired by his optimism and his belief in the American people. Let us carry forward his legacy of freedom, individual liberty, and limited government. And I have jelly beans, one of the president's favorites, here on my desk. Feel any time to come and join and share with me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Do we have any other order of business 15? And my screen is working up here now, so if you press your button and tell me you'd like to speak, I can see that. Seeing no other order of business 15, we'll go next to Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This session, we will continue the practice of listing all Assembly members on memorial resolutions originating in both the Senate and the Assembly, and resolutions designating honorees for the Assembly Wall of Distinction. If you do not want your name listed as a sponsor on a resolution, please notify front desk staff no later than the day before that the resolution is scheduled for adoption. If a resolution has been scheduled, it will be listed on the announcement board on the Assembly's homepage. The announcements will also be emailed to your attachés. A few other announcements for the floor. I did want to let legislators know that on Wednesday morning, NCSL will be hosting a meet and greet in room 3100 at 7:30 a.m. till 9 a.m. There is also a welcome reception for new legislators, off-site location. It's going to be at the Nevada State Library and Archives from 5:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. I also want to remind members to please check Nellis for agendas tomorrow. Committees are starting to meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., not 8 p.m., 8 a.m. So make sure if you have a Tuesday morning committee that you check to see if your committee is scheduled for meeting. Mr. Speaker, I request that my remarks and your remarks and the remarks of our colleagues from the Assembly, Assemblyman from District 40, be entered into today's journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly stand adjourned until Thursday, February 9th, 2023 at the hour of 11:30 a.m.
Assemblywoman Howdy has moved that the Assembly stand adjourned until Thursday, February 9th, 2023 at the hour of 11:30 a.m. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned.